Hello. Hi, everyone. 15 seconds. Apologies to stream. I don't know what happened, but I left the PC and I came back and the stream that was supposed to be on all day for some reason ended. So yeah, not entirely sure what happened there, but we are back for this afternoon session. So welcome. I actually didn't have time to eat lunch because I was busy doing some bits, but green light, pit exit open. Session is back underway. And surprise, Lewis Hamilton is out there first because he missed the whole of the morning session, basically. It was about to set purples, maybe. Sorry, I'm just eating a wrap. So yeah, engine issue for, well, supposed engine issue. We don't know the exact cause, but caused Lewis Hamilton to go back into the pits, and he only did 5 laps this morning. He did do the practice start at the end. He got out for that, and yeah, he ended up nailing the start. Very, very eyebrow raising him for sure. That has been rumoured that Ferrari have a smaller turbo to help combat the starts. Oh, bless me. And it did seem that we got a first indication of that from the practice start that we saw earlier on to end the morning session. So, yeah, let's see. Looks like they're doing some work to the Cadillac and to the McLaren of Oscar Piastri. You have a bold prediction that Kim K and Hamilton will break up? I reckon it may be what he needs. If you're happy off the pitch, you're going to perform well on the pitch. Football terms, basically, and that is so true for many sportsmen. If your life is happy outside of the sport, then you're more likely to perform better on the pitch. Needed. You realise how short an hour is? Hour's not long at all to get stuff done. How's my prediction for this season so far? So I said yesterday, and I am going to do a full breakdown of my predictions over this weekend. I'll do a video for you. My prediction for the World Drivers' Champion is I'm going to go for Lando Norris. I did give my reasons yesterday. I'll quickly repeat them again in between my bites with my wrap. I think people are massively underestimating McLaren. I feel like all the talk has been about Mercedes and just kind of Red Bull or Ferrari. I think the talk about McLaren is maybe being spoken about a little bit now. It's gaining a bit more traction, but I feel like they've been very understated and not spoken about this in this upcoming season. And the reason for that is, well, actually, I don't know the reason for it, obviously, because the compression ratio, Mercedes being the works team, of course, but Mercedes, there is a Mercedes engine in the back of that McLaren as well. McLaren have also been able to retain a lot of their workforce. They recruited well over the previous years. It's no surprise to me why they had the progression that they had and ended up becoming back-to-back Constructors Champion and winning the title last year with Lando. And I think this year, I think these cars, with them being a bit more slidey, with them requiring a bit more finesse, I think that suits Lando's driving style. You look at his strengths last year and where he dominated race circuits, they were at low grip surfaces. He knows how to manage tyres as well. And I think that's the reason as to why he was able to comprehensively beat Piastri at those circuits last year. And I think this car, the way that it drives, is going to suit Lando's driving style. He's obviously coming off the back of a World Drivers' Championship as well. And I don't know, I just think I think they'll be there. Bold prediction? I don't know. I mean, George is the favourite, of course, the pre-season favourite, but I think it's going to chop and change throughout the season of who is the favourite. At least I hope it does anyway. But I just think to rule out McLaren is dangerous, to be honest with you, particularly in Lando. Some will say, what about Piastri? I don't know. I just don't think Piastri is going to beat Lando again this year. I disagree with that, Harry. I don't think so. Don't think they will. Obviously, there's some shenanigans that they could pull, but I mean, it would get litigious very quickly. I don't have anything against Piastri. I actually really rate Piastri as a driver, but I think, like we saw last year, there's clear fundamental. There's still clear fundamental weaknesses in his driving that he needs to overcome, and I'm not confident that he's going to be able to do that again this year. You look at where he dominated last year. He dominated at circuits where there were real high downforce circuits, not a lot of hard braking zones, and areas where, of course, tyre wear wasn't really too much of an issue. As soon as tyre wear became an issue, i.e. the sliding started to increase, those low downforce circuits, those low grip surface circuits, sorry. That's where Lando, with his experience, was able to gain a real competitive edge over Piastri. And I think it was a case of just, obviously, the combination of him not being confident in himself as well, and in the current state of the season where he was falling off. Maybe those gaps were exaggerated to Lando. But I just think Lando will still have that edge over Piastri. That's all. I mean, he could very well prove me wrong. And it's not like I favour Lando and I like Lando better than Piastri. I don't favour either of them, to be honest. I think they're two very different characters. And I think Piastri is a very punchy and racy driver, and I like the moves that he made on Verstappen last year as well. There's a lot to like about him, but I don't know. Over a 24 race season with the different type of circuits that we've got, and this car, the drivers have said it themselves, it hasn't got as much downforce in it. It's going to slide more. We've spoken about how the tyre management is still going to be an important factor this year as well. All the talk is about the energy management. Oh, we have a yellow flag somewhere? Why is there a yellow flag out there? Why is it not flagging as a yellow flag as well? Is that right? Track clear. Why did that not pop up on the track map? That's a bit worrying. It wasn't showing up on the. Oh, it was showing up on the live TV coverage. I need to check that. Yeah, but sorry, going back to it. The fact of it, the way that this car's car characteristics are now, less downforce, a little bit more sliding. I think that falls into Lando's strengths more than it does and falls into Piastri's weaknesses. I could be proved completely wrong. Obviously, Piastri has improved year on year as well, so that's something to take into consideration. But I just think that confidence can quickly disappear, of course. But I think you would definitely say Lando is the more confident of the two right now because of what happened at the end of last season. It's just my analysis. It's not me preferring one driver or another or having an issue with one driver or another. So, you think Dross will win? Honestly, I think George would be a very well-deserving driver, and I do think he is driver championship material. I mean, very strong in the junior categories, and he is proven that he's strong when given the car underneath him. I think he was definitely my... If Lando didn't have the recovery that he had last year in the second half of the season, I probably would have had George Russell as my number 2 driver of last year. Lando was number 2 for me. But George, whenever he had the car underneath him last year to win a race, he converted it. And I know obviously people made the meme of George Russell does nothing and he gets... George Russell does nothing and he ends up on the podium. But that's by design. That's because he was always so solid and he was maximising the performance of that car, just like Max did last year. Mercedes obviously were not in a position on enough occasions to win the amount of races like Verstappen was able to do in Red Bull. But Russell definitely took a step up last year, I feel. And Alonso stopped on track. Well, he's moving again. Was that just a track map? Big lockup for Fernando Alonso down into turn 10 previously. Was that? Fernando Alonso stopped briefly there. But yeah, I think George will be fighting for a championship this year. I just think it's undoubtedly going to be Mercedes up there. It's more so who Mercedes will be fighting against, I think. And I do think McLaren will be one of those teams, hence my prediction of Lando. But yeah, we don't know. They're still all hiding their true pace. Charles vs Russell battle for a world championship will be on your bucket lists. I think people would like to see Max. I'd like to see Max and George. I think that would be box office. I think it really would. I'd like to see a repeat of Lewis versus Max. I think that would be really interesting to watch. To be honest, I think any of them up front would be good. I think any of Lewis, Max and George would be an interesting battle. I think George is going to be quite entertaining in a championship battle. I think he will be cheeky in the press conferences. I think he's someone he's not afraid to speak his mind, similarly to Max. Obviously, he's very PR focused, but I think he knows how to rile up certain fan bases. He knows how to rile up certain drivers, and I think he'll be very, very interesting in a championship battle off the track, just as much as he would be on the track. Harry, Kimi Antonelli has a near perfect tasting this year. I can't remember any incidents. Could he be a dark horse for champion? Maybe, yeah. I mean, we haven't had someone as young as him fight for a Drivers' World Championship, have we, in a very long time? Is Max the youngest World Driver Champion, or is it Vettel still owe that? I can't remember, but theoretically speaking, he's still a couple of years off of being from a Drivers' World Championship. But I don't know. I still think he's going to make some costly mistakes, Antonelli, throughout the course of the season. I think he's going to take another step up, of course. And I think last year, I know there were criticisms of him being added to the lineup last year after only 1 year in F2, but it was a good opportunity for him to get into the circus of F1, become familiar, of course, build that relationship with Bono, with the engineers, the team. That whole last year was a bedding in season for him, and there was a lot of pressure off of his shoulders, even though he obviously had a bit of a lull through a few races. It wasn't as bad as people made out to be, because there was people looked at the results, the run of results, so there was a few DNFs in there that were mechanical issues while he was running in the points. And I think towards the end of the season, he did start to kind of catch up to George's pace and actually comfortably beat him in the likes of Interlagos, had a couple of podiums. So I think it was a solid bedding in year for him last year and the right decision to bring him up. And this year is kind of like, right, let's start this season afresh and see what we can do. And he is still that number 2 driver. He is still the youngster, but you can be guaranteed if he gets a sniff of, he is a winner. He's dominated some junior formulas on his way up through the ranks and to F1. If he gets a sniff of an opportunity at a championship, you know he's going to be there to kind of take it. So Max George title fight would feed generations. It really would, wouldn't it? Toto getting Max next season. I don't know. It depends, I guess. It depends. I mean, it depends on Max's attitude, whether he wants to be in F1 next season, if he doesn't enjoy this season and doesn't fight for a championship. It could be a case of, no, actually, we're going to stay with George, and George gains a massive following by winning a world title this year or something. You don't know. Or Antonelli. Yeah, it's an important year. It's an important year for, of course, George Russell. Because it's the first time he's going to be given an opportunity of a championship-winning car. Can he convert it? Because that's what we all presume. We all presume that he has got a championship-winning car underneath him, at least for the first half of the season. So we'll see. Where would Max drive once he leaves F1? He'll go World Endurance Championship. He'll go into the endurance racing. He's already trying to do the 24 hours of Nordschleife. He's done some mini endurances there, and then it'll be World Endurance Championship for him. So he'll want to go win Le Mans, win the World Endurance Championship. Yeah. I believe Max will go to who will do best this season. That £65 million a season will keep him on the grid, even if he doesn't like the racing. I agree, Harry. I agree. Yeah, 65 million is a lot to give up, isn't it? As we said, okay, let's say he stays. Let's say he stays for 10 years, right? I know he says he's not going to be here till he's 40, but let's say he's 28 years old. Let's say he stays till he's 38. That's on his current wage packet, 650 million a year. That's 650 million over 10 years. That's just his wage from Red Bull. That's not including sponsors and so forth. That's a lot of money, isn't it? That's a lot of money. Okay, let's say he stays 5 years and he stays till he's 33. Well, that's what, 325 million. That's a lot of money to give up, even if you're in your early 30s. I mean, I'm 34. I'd love 65 million a year. I'd love to earn 350 million over the next 5 years. So, or 325 million. So, it's a lot of money to give up at his age. Look, it can be a short career, especially in F1, and obviously it's extended now. But yeah, that's always a factor, whether they say it or not. And yeah, exactly. Also, as well, he'll want to own, like, potentially invest into his own racing teams and stuff, and be participating in them, and have, like, he likes the management side of things, because he has, like, obviously his team Redline, his sim racing drivers that he helps into, like, real life racing. So he likes the coaching and the management side of things as well. And to do that, you need money behind you. And motorsport is expensive. I'm sure he'd be able to get backing and sponsors because he's Max Verstappen, to get investment. But if he wants to do it off his own bat, then that money's going to be important, of course. So not yet, Kiwi. No, I'm a few zeros short. I'm a few decimal places short. So yeah. Did Ferrari just put the wrong tyres on? Did they? What's he on, Lewis? He's on a set of mediums. No, I don't think so. No, so if he's done one lap on them, and then he's done a run through the pits for whatever reason, they may have changed the front wing angle or something or whatever, then it will say that they're used. So they haven't put on a used set of tyres. It's the same tyres that he had on. Right, Kimi is on a brand new set of mediums, by the way, guys. So we know Kimi likes to go for a push lap. Let's see what he can do. 1:33.4 is the fastest lap overall. Let's just have a quick look at the sector times from this morning. And you can see Norris fastest in all three sectors. However, he was not the fastest on his fastest lap in Sector 1 and Sector 3. Those sector times, Sector 1 and Sector 3 here, were set on different laps. So if Antonelli, of course, is sub 30 seconds, that's good. Sub 40.5 will be good, or around 40.5, and then sub 23 is what he wants in the last sector. So let's see if he's going to go for that push lap. And we'll keep an eye on him. Lewis Hamilton, is he on a push lap as well? We'll keep an eye on Lewis as well. He's on basically a new set of tyres. He wasn't able to get any laps in this morning, only 5 laps in this morning. He's currently on 11 laps completed. The brackets mean a change in compound. No, the brackets mean that they're used. I mean, it's a used set of tyres. So 31.2 in the first sector for Lewis, and no fast lap there for him. He's not on a push lap. Let's give an eye on Antonelli, shall we? Let's see how he fares. Quite slow into the braking zone of turn 1, but we have seen that he does brake a lot earlier into that first corner than that of the Red Bull, Ferrari and McLaren. But then they have a real boost of energy as they make their way up into turn 4. Let's see if he's able to keep it within track limits. This is going to be purple or a good first sector for Kimi Antonelli. Let's see what it is. It's a 30 flat. It's a 30-second flat. So he is pushing, but it's around 3 tenths slower than what it's around 3.5 tenths slower than what Lando Norris did in the first sector earlier on today. But would he be able to make up any more time in the middle and last sector? Let's see what he does. Sub goal for 2026, just to get over 100,000. Really? No, actually it's not. I'd like to double my subscriber count from what I had last year, because I've done that like 2 years in a row now, so that would be nice. And I think that's achievable once the season gets into full swing. Antonelli making his way around turn 12 now, 260 kilometers an hour through turn 12. That means he's definitely deploying there and pushing a bit more, but it is a 41.2 in the middle sector, and that is half a second. That's that's 9 tenths slower than what Lando Norris was able to do earlier on in sector 2. So not pushing as much in this, or he has a lot more fuel on board. On this first lap on this set of brand new mediums, and he makes his way across the line and goes 1 second slower than Lando Norris at 34.5. So yeah, not the quickest there for Kimi Antonelli. 23.2 in the last sector. Just looking at his speed trap, let's see what he was in the speed trap. So speed trap here just then, Kimi Antonelli 232 kilometers an hour in the end of sector 1. So they really hit that deployment button, didn't they? 238 kilometers an hour from Russell at the end of the turn 3 section, or the up into turn 4. That's where sector 1 is basically. So they really do put their foot down there. They're reaching some good top speeds, aren't they? Their deployment's good. Their deployment is very good. The Mercedes boys. Hamilton only 220 kilometers an hour, so not pushing it yet, similar to yesterday. 341 kilometers an hour for Nico Hülkenberg. Woo-wee! That's over 210 miles an hour, I think it was. 337 is 207. So I think that's near 210 miles an hour. Those Audis are going quick in a straight line. Woo-wee. Sub count really starts growing during those quali and race streams. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that sub count isn't the be-all and end-all. It is a bit of a vanity thing. There does kind of become a point on YouTube where the sub count is kind of not really relevant anymore. It's more about obviously your viewership and what you're able to do to like capitalize on the viewership and the pool that you've got, which is obviously what I'm trying to do in the background, as you know from like most YouTubers. So doesn't matter, because you've got people who've got like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, but they don't get a lot of views. They're not going to be earning obviously what they need to be able to support themselves. So Kiwi, what's the fastest time we've had so far in testing? That time right there set by Lando Norris. Only by a couple of hundredths, I think. George also did a 33.4 yesterday, but it was a higher 33.4. So you're talking a couple of hundredths of a second. Really happy for Hulk after he was unfairly dropped a few years ago. Yeah, I think he deserved it. It was that was the feel-good moment of last year, wasn't it? It was such a feel-good moment. If you haven't tuned into it, guys, and you want some light viewing while you're at work or next week or in the run-up to the 26th season, I did do New Year's Eve. I did go live, and I did a live stream of my awards for 2025. So you can check that out, where I did my feel-good moments of the year. I did a load of awards, and you can, just watch that back. I think it was like a couple of hours or so that I was live, hour and a half. So something for you to watch. I would have liked to have done that once again. I'm terrible with timekeeping. I would have liked to have done that quite soon after the season, but just things got in the way. Life got in the way, so. You went to the British GP last season and had a paddock ticket. You met Lewis and Gordon around. Did you? Gordon Ramsay. How was he? I mean, Lewis comes across as nice. Seems like someone that if he was nice to him, he'd be nice back. Piastri is making his way out of the pit lane. Oh, big lock up there for... Who was that? Is it Lindblad in this afternoon? Or is it Lawson again? No, Lawson's out there. Those Audis will be screaming up to the rear bumper of the car in front and flash its lights. The Audi will also be pulling out in front of cars at junctions. I thought that was BMWs. Oh no, BMWs are the one. BMW drivers are the ones who don't put their indicators on, aren't they? Yeah, that's it. Oh, have they put the old rear wing on? Hang on. I think Ferrari have put the old rear wing on the car. I don't think they've got the rotating rear wing anymore. Oh, that's a shame. They had it on earlier. That was cool to see earlier. But yeah, clearly, maybe it didn't have the desired effect that they wanted. Or maybe they want to save it for Charles tomorrow and not risk anything. Or maybe they've already ascertained that there's changes that they need to make to it. So he was amazing, actually. I spent my entire career as a chef, and we ended up talking for 5 minutes about the chef life. Oh, nice. Entire career as a chef. Wow. Work anywhere nice, Harry? Where's my headphones? My headphones aside somewhere. There you go, grab those and say, oh, we have a purple first sector from Max Verstappen. He's on the testing tyre, and he's done a 29.431 in the first sector. Fastest of anyone today. Max Verstappen, can he keep it going? We have seen purple sectors before today, but then they end up not being able to follow through with the remainder of the lap going purple. Let's see. Go on. Show us what you can do. Give us a sneak at those performances. That's what we want to see at that performance. So he's 2 tenths up in that first sector, Max. 2 tenths up on Lando Norris, but he's lost time in the middle. Oh my God, he's 7 tenths down in that middle sector on Lando. He's backed off, Max. He's backed off. This last sector may be quick. Maybe he was just harvesting in the middle sector, but it's a tall order to make up as much time as he does in the last sector. Oh, he did it! He did it! A 22.986. You're talking 9 thousandths of a second. Intriguing there. Intriguing. So, quite clearly, did not deploy at all in the middle sector. All about recovery in the middle sector. 41.0, because that's 7 tenths off of Lando's time in the middle sector. So he was half a second down. He was 2 and a bit tenths up in the first sector. Then 7 tenths down in a second, or 6 tenths down in a second. So he's around 4 to half a second down at the end of the second sector. And then the last sector, full deployment, and he ended up going quickest. So if we have a look at that here, I mean, you can see the fastest sector. So Max there did just have... his sectors are gone now. But you can see here. So Max did a 29.4. Then he did a 40.1. And then he just did a 29.928. Now, Lando's... The reason he went faster... Now, it is on the T tyre, so we don't know the compound. Of course, we don't know the compound. But it's still interesting to see the deployment, because there's clearly a difference in deployment there. Lando's lap time earlier on was done on the C4, so the softest range that we are aware of here this week. But Lando's fastest lap was not actually done with a purple Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3. His first and last sector was actually yellow, was slower than his best sector times, but the middle sector was really quick. So it just shows the difference in deployment here of how much it makes a difference, because I'd like to see that on board again, but For it to be a 41 flat in the middle sector and be 7 temps down on Lando's fastest, or 6 temps down on Lando's fastest middle sector, clearly indicates he's not deploying. But that just shows, like, deploying your battery is, like, so important here. That's how important it is, because he made up with that deployment out of turn 13, with straight line mode down into turn 14 and the exit to the finish line at the last corner. He made up that time, and he ended up just 9 thousandths of a second. So a very different way of lapping now, isn't it? Any management will be critical. Yeah, exactly. So Max is finally enjoying Formula E. He'll be on the radio going, no, that was crap. I hated that. That's what it'll be like. But Max Verstappen, you just won today's race by like a tremendous amount of time. Yeah, I did, but I hated every minute of it. That's what it'd be like at the end. That's what we said in the morning session. At the end of the year, he wins his fifth driver's title, and they're like, "Oh, Max is amazing. You're a 5-time world drivers champion." Yeah, but I hated that season. I didn't enjoy that at all. His first sector was quick, and third sector were close. Yes, and then the middle sector was like yellow. So, first sector he was. Well, you can see here, it was like 2 temps up, over 2 temps up, 2 and a bit temps up. Seems like Hamilton is on a race simulation. Where is he doing at the moment? Yeah, he's on 9-lap old medium, so yeah. We'll keep an eye on his lap times afterwards. Harry, you... Gordon is only rude if you don't graft. You worked at the Ritz as a sous chef and worked at the Hilton as a head chef. Oh, wow. Cool. Proper prestigious facilities you worked out there, mate. Nice. Retired now, are you? Or part-time? Or do you enjoying people cooking for you now? With Yuki being Red Bull reserve, do I think we could see him back if one of the Red Bull drivers do a bad job? Potentially, yes. Yeah, I do. I think if Lindblad or Lawson do a very bad job, you could see Yuki back in there. I mean, it depends. I think Yuki, unfortunately, is now into the realm of being a pay driver. Pardon me. I think he was only... I think, unfortunately, like I know for Yuki fans, but he was... Honda was stumping up a lot of money for his services. We know that there was an extra 10 million that was fronted up for him to be put into the Red Bull seat in time for the Japanese Grand Prix, which is why Lawson was removed out in record time after just 2 race weekends. So there's definitely, yeah, there is always a possibility, but I'm not sure if he will get in there unless that maybe some cash is stumped up for him. However, saying that, this is a new Red Bull. Laurent Mekies, Oliver Mintzlaff, like the bad eggs have gone. So there is a new approach at Red Bull, and they may. I personally think Lawson and Lindblad will be given the full season, and then there won't be a decision made until at the end of the season whether to keep them or not. So I don't think, unless there was an injury or something, I don't think that Lawson, with this new look Red Bull, I don't think they're going to be as cutthroat, and I don't think you would see Lawson or Lindblad be removed halfway through this season. I think that's a different Red Bull now. Who's the most famous person I have met in person? Ooh, who is the most famous person I've met? I'm trying to remember. I've met a few footballers. Met Gareth Bale a few times when he was at his peak at Spurs before he moved to Real Madrid, because of the golf club I used to work at. Met a few of the Spurs players. I've met the Chinese ambassador at the time. He had a personal security with him. Barry Hearn. I've met Barry Hearn. Lovely guy. Martin Lewis, I've met. Martin Lewis. Most of them have been through golf. Who else have I met? Famous. Yeah, I think you, the Queen of the Ritz several times, Harry. Okay, you're just flexing now. All right, that's it. Harry wins. Harry wins. I met Gareth Bale at golf when he was getting addicted to it. Yeah, he had a couple of he had a couple of lessons with my head pro there at the time, and he was just getting into it. He was like a it was like a 15 handicap or something, and now he's off like scratch and loves it. So yeah, no, he got addicted. He got hooked. So cooked for her 80th birthday. Oh, nice. Piastri up into P9 now on a testing tyres. I'm trying to think who else I've met. Yeah, that's what I mean. No one has really jumped out at me. A few West Ham players in my time. Mainly through golf. Yeah, mainly sports people. Met Alan Sugar's wife, because she was a member at the golf club I was at. And he's obviously lived in Essex, which is where I used to live, so. Hey, Carl, good to see you. Gareth Bale's awesome. He was a lovely guy. Absolutely lovely guy. He was a bit shy back then. He was, you could definitely see that he's come out of his shell more now. But yeah, he was a shy lad back then when I used to, when I would see him at the golf club. So I could do a West Ham match watch along on a weekend without F1. Maybe on Twitch or something. So not on this channel though. Do I reckon West Ham will stay up over Leeds or Forest? I think we'll stay up over Forest. I think we will stay up now. Yeah, I think you asked me that five games ago, Murray. I would not have been as positive. I would have said we were down, especially after losing against Wolves and Forest in quick succession. But yeah, no, I think there's definitely a difference in the team approach now and how we're playing. But Forest, the fact that they've got rid of Daesh, I think is a massive mistake. And I think I'd be very concerned if I was a Forest fan. So, yeah, we'll see. You met Paul Merson in a local chippy. Give Lawson at least one normal season, please. He deserves it. I think so. Yeah. Did I see how Arsenal bottled the Wolves match yesterday? I did catch the highlights, yes. It's happening again, isn't it? It's happening again. Yeah, it would... I saw their head loss at the end of the game as well. And it's just like, you're 2-0 up. How have you managed to draw that? So, I mean, for us as West Ham fans, it doesn't affect us because Wolves are so far off the relegation zone. But, yeah, for Arsenal not to convert that, I mean, now it's... If City win their next game, which is a game in hand, they're 2 points behind. They were looking to go 9 points ahead a couple of games ago, and now it's going to be a 2-point gap. Squeaky bum time. Have I met Mark Noble? I haven't directly, no. In passing, I have. I haven't met him in person though. But I've only heard good things about Mark. Like, just seems like a proper lad. West Ham through and through. But I know people who are very. I know I haven't spoken to him in ages, but I knew his agent. And yeah, lovely guy. Called it 4 months ago that City would win the league. They just got the quality, and they're winners. They know how to do it. They know how to get over the line, and that's the same with like F1, isn't it? Like you look at Max, knows how to get over the line. There's always that like pressure. Can you deal with the pressure when you're trying to achieve something that you've never achieved before and wanted so much? I mean, a lot of those Arsenal players have never won a Premier League, a league title before in any of their respective countries. So the Premier League is very sought after, and yeah, when push comes to shove, can you deal with the pressure moments? So, how do you lose to the worst team in the league? Hey. We won't have any of that because we got beat 3-0 by Wolves. So I know exactly what it feels like to lose to the worst team in the league. Where is the speed trap? I can add it. Live timing. Here we go. Live timing. There you go. Right there. That's the speed trap. Let me... There you go. Nuno, a nice guy, is he? Yeah, I do. I like him, like as his management style. I feel like he could be a bit more aggressive with his tactics and stuff, and that's why I think West Ham have definitely picked up, because he's brought in his number 2, who seems to be his right hand man, who basically gives him a donk on the head when he's being too defensive. And yeah, he needs that guy to basically stop him from falling back into his defensive patterns, which unfortunately we have lost a few games. We've lost too many games this year, West Ham, from leading positions. And yeah, that's primarily going back to like trying to shut up shop. And it hasn't worked for us. So yeah, I mean, was it? They're on their fourth manager this season now, Harry. Nuno, Ange, Sean, and whoever the new guy is going to be. Like, how do you get such a big difference between two cars in the same team? See Verstappen and Hadjar. So one is the driving ability, the ability of the driver. The second is just, yeah, you can have different cars. But I think at the moment, I think at the moment they do definitely have the same car, and because it's this stage in the season, and at the moment Verstappen is the more experienced driver in F1, and is widely regarded one of the best drivers in the world, and he's proving why he's able to, and why he's able to adapt to different formulas and different motorsports so easily. And for Hadjar, maybe he has that potential, but I think it'd be unreasonable to expect Hadjar to be on the same pace and level as Verstappen in only his second year in F1. So yeah. If City win all their matches, including versus Arsenal, they win the league. It's now in their hands. That's very true, yeah, because they've still got to play Arsenal, yeah. If Nuno relegates Forest, it'll be that Nottingham Forest owner, the bigger reality check. Yeah, that's true. Lewis is quicker on the hards. So Lewis Hamilton is on 3-lap old hards at the moment. So yeah, they're really not pushing the car, Ferrari. They're really not trying to squeeze out any performance at the moment. I don't know what their aim is. Maybe still trying to just maximise the, I don't know, the energy mapping or something. But the lap times clearly indicate they're not focused at the moment on like single lap performance. Let's see if we can go. See if I can find. Lewis Hamilton. So here are his laps that he was on the mediums. So you can see here that Lewis was doing 138.9, 139, 139, 39, 39, 39, 39, 39, 40, 40, 43. So started to fall off there at the end. Now he's on a set of hards. Did a 38.3, then a 38.7. So yeah, quicker. Probably less. They probably just changed the tyres and he's burning off the fuel, so he's on a lighter fuel load probably. That's probably what has happened there. We saw earlier on that 39s definitely mean you're probably on a higher fuel load. Max was doing that earlier as well. I think 39s on his longish runs. You can see here 39s as well. So that's what I mean. Similar performance levels kind of being shown at the moment. No one's really showing their hands. Lewis back across the line again. Let's see. 38.5. So there you go. Consistent. So yeah, probably a lot more fuel on board. That's what he's doing. Who orders that the car is made for Max? I thought it was Horner and Marco, but they're both gone now. So it wouldn't have been Helmut Marco. Helmut Marco was only in control, really, of the junior developments side of things. He had a lot of power there. He was a director. When it came to the direction of the development of the car and like who had what parts and who was storing what parts, it was Christian Horner. So yeah, Christian Horner made the conscious decision to basically hold on to parts for Max Verstappen and focus on the development of his side of the garage more so than the second side. And Sergio Perez has kind of reiterated this as well, isn't he? That he had a very different car. And I guess you can look back at data and look back at performances that kind of back this up, because he had back in the day, not back in the day, what did he have? He started the season, you look at like most of his season starts when the cars are mostly equal, he would be a lot closer to Max in performance. And then as the season progressed, I think that got more and more dramatic in relation to how much they focused on Max, more so than the second, and how much they neglected the second side of the garage. Because it just, like, okay, Perez is not up to the level of Verstappen, but he should 100% have been getting that car into Q3. And we saw the development path of these cars over the years, but they were improving so dramatically over a course of a season. But like when you started the next season, the slowest car on the grid was still a second quicker than the fastest car of last year. Like that's how quickly those cars progressed. And if you had a car, if you was the fastest at the start of the season, but then you didn't develop that car, then you would end up being the fastest at the start of the season to being the slowest at the end of the season. So that's what happened with Perez. And you've also got to then imagine the lack of confidence that you have in the car and your driving ability with that. So all of that compounded and put together just saw us have the performances that Perez had. So yeah. T-Tyre is a testing tyre for Pirelli, yes, as Georgian explains. So we don't know the compound. It is what they do. We see a couple of tests normally throughout the season, don't we? In one of the practice sessions here and there, where Pirelli don't inform the teams exactly what the compound of tyre is. They are only privy to that, and they go out there and they set laps. So yeah, for the season ahead. Do I think Mercedes, hey Archie, do I think Mercedes would be comparable to McLaren last season in terms of speed and consistency, or too early to tell? Too early to tell. I think Mercedes definitely seem to be kind of at the... I mean, it's still too... I don't know. I'm not going to say are they at the front or not. I don't know. I think the top four are equally high in performance. I think we've seen snippets of the Mercedes battery performance for sure, and there's definite pace there in the Mercedes. They're not showing their full hand. Red Bull still isn't showing their full hand, and neither is Ferrari. I mean, Ferrari haven't done like really a proper performance lap this week, and none of them have still done proper quali laps either. So we don't know. We don't know. Everyone's still so cautious and they're hiding things, and we're not going to get an indication until we head to Melbourne in a couple of weeks' time. So, hey, Suna. Did anything happen while you was watching? Wasn't watching. Max went top of the timing screens. But other than that, no. It's been a pretty quiet second start to the afternoon. Is anyone going to sneak amongst the top four teams, Jerome? I don't think so. No, I don't. I think what we've seen and what has been reported trackside is that looking at the handling ability of the cars as well, I think the top four are the top four. However, what does look to be promising is that there's not a lot to separate the top four from what we've seen thus far. So unless one of these teams has a lot in their back pocket and ends up having that advantage over the rest, we should hopefully start this season with it being quite close between the top four, but we'll see. I think that it does seem to be that there's a gap between the usual top four and the rest of the field. But Williams have done very well. They look very promising, as do Alpine. Then you look at the rest of the field. Racing Bulls. I mean, if I was to put an order on the midfield, I would say Alpine and Williams look good. I think they're at the top of that midfield. I think Red Bull, and Haas. But I'm not sure about Haas's outright performance. They've definitely got reliability, like very good reliability. But the actual outright performance, I don't know. I'm not sure we've seen anything from them yet. But I would say you're going to probably see, to start off the season, Alpine, Haas and Williams fighting for those top positions. I then think the Racing Bulls are probably just behind them. I think they're probably like in the middle of the midfield. And then you've got Honda, Cadillac and Audi fighting for those last few positions for last place. That's what I think at the moment. But yeah, it could all change up come Melbourne. I mean, there's nothing to say as well. There's nothing to say that the gremlins that some of the teams have had here this week or in these testing sessions aren't sorted by the time they come to Melbourne. I mean, I can't imagine they will in such a short period of time, but there's nothing to say that improvements can't be made. So Haas look mid, however, in my opinion, they have the best driver outside the top 4 teams. Will another practice start be conducted today? Yeah, there was one earlier on, which was very interesting. Very interesting. And then there'll be another one later on as well. So, are they doing race simulations? They're doing partial race simulations, I think, yes. So Hamilton seems to be on one right now. So he did the medium compound tyre. So he did 10 laps. He was on 10 laps. He did 10 laps on the medium, came in. He's now on the hard, and you can see here, lapping consistently. Mid-38s, just crept into the 39s. That's what he's doing right now. He got pretty much no run in this morning, Lewis. Only did 5 laps after an issue that we are yet to have diagnosed, I think, from this morning. I'll see if there's any information on that. Max isn't out there doing any runs. We've got Alonso. Gabriel Bortoletto is on the testing tyre. What's Alonso doing? He's on 9-lap-old hards. So, better day for Aston. 67 laps today thus far. So, much better. Thoughts on the Cadillac? I'm concerned. I don't know. They're falling into the realm of where I thought they'd be, which is at the back of the pack. They really struggled with reliability yesterday. They didn't get a lot of running at all. I think it was like 50 overall. And then what? What have I said? What have I said? What's happened? What have I said? What's happened? Oh, for God's sake, shut up. Shut up. Oh, is it yellow? Oh, no, speaking of Fernando Alonso, I just said it's been a good day at the office for them, and Alonso's brought out the yellow flag, and he's off at turn 4. It's a double yellow. Oh, no, what has Alonso done? Has he gone off? Is it an issue? What's Alonso done? It's a double yellow. It was Stroll yesterday. It's Alonso today. And, oh, he hasn't crashed. Thankfully, he hasn't crashed, but he is stricken. He's pulled over to the inside of turn 4, and he is at a complete stop. And Alonso does not look happy in the cockpit of that Aston. Oh. I think I saw a glove chucked into the cockpit. Now he's got both of the gloves on now, but oh, he's yeah. Oh, he's looked back at the car and given it a disgusting look. You can only see his eyes, but it's not a very good look. Oh my God. My God. I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I'm laughing because it's just a terrible misfortune that Fernando Alonso seems to have with Honda. Like, it's just the awkwardness of, like, every time he's been with Honda, it's been an absolute shit show. So, he goes deep into turn 1, anyway. It seems like he's got the issue before. It seems like the issue... He's got an issue as he went into turn 1. And then, yeah, something cuts out. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Little does he know it's Stuffey's fault. I know, I literally... Timing, right? I just said, oh, it's been a good day for Aston Martin. A few moments later... Fernando Alonso is pulled over to the side of the track. Literally. Oh, Fernando Alonso. My goodness. If looks could kill. Oh my God. Standing at the side of the track giving daggers to that Aston Martin. Damn. Jinxed it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. Nui and ego, mate. Oh, well. Oh, well. Hey, Rob6. Do I still have the fastest lap time data from the previous Bahrain testing sessions? If I recall correctly, Leclerc's fastest lap was around 32. The previous, yesterday? I can dig them out for sure. Yeah. Or last year. Do you mean last year? I'm trying to find... Yeah. I'll try and find out, Rob6, sorry. Bombastic Side A. Yeah, Alonso's going to have complete PTSD with after this. McLaren Honda vibes, I know. Fernando Alonso was just pulled over to the side of the track. His Aston Martin has cut out. So the Spanish fans are not going to be happy at all. Alonso has a very, very big fan base, a passionate fan base. And yeah, they're going to be not happy right now. So practice will get underway very shortly, though. We still have just over 3 hours remaining. He didn't crash, no, just an engine cutout, an engine failure. So it happened down into turn 1, and then he managed to get the car to turn 4, but yeah, not good. Sorry, going back to Cadillac, I was saying, yeah, not really, no laps this afternoon. This morning was positive for them. 58 laps in one session is good. One morning session is very good for Cadillac, but I feel they haven't pushed the car. They haven't pushed the limits of the car. They haven't done like quick laps. It'd be interesting to see, and hopefully they can get that out. Hopefully they can do that this afternoon. I mean, you look at Hülkenberg and Bortoletto up there. At least they've kind of done something of the like there to get themselves to mid 34s, at least in Hülkenberg's hands. So yeah, I think it's just still all systems check for Cadillac. I don't know, but I expect they are towards the bottom. They're where I expected them to be. We have very, very low expectations for Cadillac this year. I think everyone does. It's a tall order for a complete brand new team from scratch to be set up and come into F1. And look, if they can beat Audi this year, because I think Audi aren't looking too great, to be honest. If they can beat Audi this year, who I think will be fighting out towards the bottom, then that's good for them. GP3 engine, at least the McLaren Honda could finish race distances. Oh, is the Mustang the safety car now? Is the Honda engine really that bad? I don't know. I don't know if it's Honda. I don't know if it's something else to do with mechanical parts. I think it's the Honda engine for sure. But is there a correlation due to how Nui has wanted it to fit in the car, basically, with the aerodynamic package that they've got? That's kind of probably the question. So that Mustang will take out an F1 car soon. Yeah, the Caddy has looked slow, but then they've only been focusing. They had a lot of the aero sensors on, like those grated sensors that they have on the side. They stick on the side of the cars. That's what they've done. That's what they've been doing today. So they've definitely been focusing on data gathering, and yeah, we'll see if they do something a bit faster later on. So because I ain't liking the vibes it gives me, the powertrain. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, some reports from Spanish media are blaming Honda. Of course, they're going to blame Honda. It's the easy get out clause, really, blaming Honda and not Nui. But we'll see. Oh, that's a great. I'm going to share this link. I can't show it because it's F1 footage, but I'm going to share this link. This is the best footage you will see of the rear wing that Ferrari were running earlier. This is literally the rear wing camera angle on F1. View that. Red Bull ended their Honda partnership at the right time. Seems it. Well, I think what Red Bull have done is that they've brought in all of the people from Honda who made a good engine in the first place. And there's now none of them, not a lot of those staff left at the Honda, the proper Honda. So that is in slow motion, Kiwi, by the way. Just beware. That is not the full speed. That is in slow-mo. Cool concept, though. If Ferrari are full fastest, I'm finished with this sport. Will that work? Well, I don't know. They haven't got that rear wing on this afternoon, or they haven't got like they haven't got the mechanism on this afternoon. So it's definitely, I don't know if it worked this morning or if it's something that they're going to use tomorrow. They're saving for tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know I mean, it's an interesting concept. I'm sure people have done analysis on it. So yeah, I mean, maybe they got it out. Maybe all they wanted to do today was to do just a few laps. Maybe they just wanted to get out, do a few laps in it, and just see if the data that they got in the CFD data and basically the wind tunnel data actually correlates to real world, and just see if that works. So, oh, interesting. So they're not actually removing They've got engineers out there to actually look at the Aston Martin at the moment. They've got obviously their rubber gloves on to ensure that they're not electrocuted, but looks like the car isn't quite safe to move. So they've got 3 Aston Martin engineers out there trying to probably make that car safe for removal. Doesn't look promising. Of course, that's the potential issue with these cars, is that with 50% of it being, it was an issue previously, even in the previous iterations of these cars, but because these cars are now 50% battery power, there's even obviously more emphasis on the electrical side of these cars, so, and having to make them safe. That's what I presume they're doing right now. There's literally a mechanic with an Allen key right now getting into the air intake. So Aston Martin making sure nobody else gets a test either. 200 IQ. 200 IQ. Right. What happened to the Ferrari? Well, the thing is, we still don't actually know. I'm going to have a look in a second. I'm just going to go grab my headphones, guys. Obviously not these ones. My in-ear headphones. 2 secs. Why did the music stopped on this, didn't it? Hang on. Do that. There we go. Back up. Yeah, they're still trying to remove that Aston Martin. All teams sandbag, but when they are out of the top 10, it's a sign of the issues, yeah. Do I think Audi will have a podium or a top 5 this year? No. Most performance we see is from Audi top speed. Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah, we'll have a look at the top speed sections again. Cool merch. I got this from Castor. You can use my link in the pinned message or the description below to get 15% off. So, help yourself. Fred Vassor says that they call their new wing flap the Macarena because it goes arms up. Where is the speeds? Here we go. Nico Hulkenberg still fastest for 341. I think it was probably a concept that they're trying to see if it works. It'd be interesting to see if we see it back out on track tomorrow. They may even put it back on again for this afternoon. I doubt they probably will if Lewis didn't come out with it on. But yeah, I mean, you can see here that Lewis, 311 kilometers down the straight, so he's not pushing at the moment. That's a big speed differential there, isn't it? So if you're just joining us, we had a postponement for the Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso. Putting over to the side on track for an engine cutout. So, yeah, that's what we're waiting for, is just that car to be safely removed. And it seems like it has been done, and the session will resume at 9 minutes past. I would rank Audi between 5 and 8. What, on the grid? I think you're being very... I mean, you're expecting them to be in that battle at the top of the midfield. I don't know. I think they're way behind that. But could be wrong. It is testing after all. Lewis straight back out there, wasting no time whatsoever. Worst method of retirement forever, yeah. Audi are ninth best. They are only better than Cadillac and Aston, in my opinion. I think it's close between them. That's at least from what I'm seeing, but it's difficult. Hey! Cadillac! Do you know what I'm disappointed in with Cadillac? It's not just their livery. And I know, obviously, people like the livery. I thought they'd have better merch. I'm actually disappointed in their merch. It's pretty bland. I hope Cadillac, because I want to support Cadillac. I want them to do well. I like the underdog. I like a new team being added to the grid, and I want them to do well. And I'm surprised obviously they don't have a lot of sponsors at the moment, but I'm surprised that their merch is so bland. Let's have a look. Can you actually even see their merch? Can you even store? There we go, store. The official merch. I mean, they've gone for very minimalistic. Basically, Tommy Hill figure. But, nah, not for me. Bit boring. We've seen it, Dusko. We've seen it. I posted it in the chat. Yeah. I like it. I like it. I like what Ferrari are trying to do. They're trying to be forward-thinking. And they're trying to steal an advantage at the start of these regulations. So, it's not on Lewis's car right now. But it was this morning. So maybe they just wanted to get some laps just to test it. Just to see. I'm not sure if there was an issue with it or not. Or maybe they just wanted to get some data and see if it correlates with what they've got in what they gathered in the wind tunnel. So I'm going to laugh if they're faster than Aston in Australia. Red Bull's gas station worker merch. So, a bit of a busy circuit at the moment, which is good to see. Lewis Hamilton out on a set of brand new hard compound tyres. He was doing a race simulation earlier. So, Sergio Perez out there. We'll see how he gets on. Is he going to do a push lap here? He's on a set of hards. Probably not. Probably not. Oh, Antonelli just pumped in a fast first sector. 29.8. Oscar Piastri's just pumped in a fast first sector. So, here we go. But Piastri's been held up by Colapinto. Boo! Colapinto, get out of the way. Franco, get out of the way. A bit of a... Damn it. All right, keep an eye on to Antonelli. Got in the way of Piastri there. Didn't want to move. Let's see. Kimi Antonelli around turn 11. What's his speed up here? Yeah, 260. Not deploy at 40.8. Not too shabby. That's third fastest. Half a second. It's going to be a decent lap here from Kimi. Full fastest today. He's on a set of mediums. How much battery does he have left in the remainder of this lap? Seems to be that It seems that Mercedes are deploying their battery in different ways compared to everyone else. And it's a third place for Kimi Antonelli. A 33.8 for him. Who knows where Oscar Piastri could have gone. Franco Colapinto decided to get in the way, which is really unfortunate. Max Verstappen's on a brand new set of mediums. Max is on a brand new set of mediums. Let's see. Haas looking very reliable. Each day of testing, they've got a decent amount of laps in. 100%. That's one thing we can say about Haas is that they're reliable. We don't still know the true performance of their car. But let's keep an eye on Maxi boy. See what he's going to do. And Piastri. Piastri's gave himself a bit of gap to Colapinto. So let's see how he fares. As I'm watching the replay of Colapinto hold up Oscar Piastri. Let's see what Piastri's top speed is when he gets down to turn 4. Down into turn 4, Oscar Piastri, 228, was it? 228 kilometers an hour, I think it was down there. What was it? First sector time, 29.721. So he's pushing. Still third. That's an improvement. It's an improvement for Oscar Piastri. Max Verstappen also making his way through sector 1. Is it green for Max Verstappen in the first sector? Oh, 29.3. He's only slightly slower. He's just a tenth slower than his fastest time. So Verstappen and Piastri on a push here on a brand new set of tyres. Let's see. Piastri, straight line mode activated. Hard into the braking zone of turn 11. Of course, Piastri's on the hard compound tyre. He's actually on Piastri right now, the C2. We don't know what Max Verstappen is on at the moment, but he's on a set of mediums. So it'll be either the C3 or C4. As Piastri does a green middle sector again, sub 41 seconds, so that's good. But 7 tenths off of his teammate who was on the C4, the softest compound that you can use here that is known, other than the testing tyre, which we don't know what type of compound that is. Around the last corner, Piastri, if he keeps it within track limits, he has looked a bit tail happy through that corner. And it's third fastest. That's a good lap time on the hards. Very good lap time. But Max has gone quicker in the middle. Oh, different deployments here. Last time around, he didn't deploy in the middle. This time he has. Has he got enough at the last? He improves again. A 33.1. We are nearly in the 32s. We like to see it. That's it, guys. Show your hand a bit more, please. Show your hand. That's what we want to see. Please. Now we just need Lewis to stick on a set of mediums and go for it. That's what we need. This is testing after all. So Franco was just testing how he will block during the season. Why is Hulkenberg top 5? Because he pushed a bit. He pushed a bit, and they're very quick in a straight line. Interesting there. So let's have a look at the sector times. And well, Max's first sector wasn't as quick as before. It was a 29.5, but he did a 29, so still not too shabby. 40.7 last time around on his best previous lap. It was a 41 flat, 41.2 I think it was. So not quick at all. So almost half a second improvement there in the middle sector. And then the last sector was a 22.9, which I'm not sure if he just did there, but yeah, decent lap time. Decent lap time. Fastest lap we've seen all testing last week and this week included. So what is the top speed? The top speed is at the moment. Oh, hang on. Top speed at the moment is Nico Hulkenberg with 341 kilometers an hour. Max Verstappen just did the second fastest speed in the first sector at 239 kilometers an hour. So, very, very quick there from Max in the first sector. Second sector a bit slower, 245 compared to... Look at the pace that McLaren have got in that middle sector, by the way. That is the energy deployment difference between the McLarens today compared to that of Max in the Red Bull and that of the Mercedes as well. 267 kilometers an hour compared to... I mean, that's over 20 kilometers, 22 kilometers an hour difference between Max and Norris in the middle sector. That is the difference that the battery unit can make. So yeah, different approaches there from them. Lewis still yet to really push in this car. He might be waiting till later, doing lots of laps today, no doubt, after missing the morning session. And well, he is currently on his race sim, and he is currently doing, hang on, where is he? Go. So Lewis on a race sim again. Obviously got interrupted earlier when he was on a race sim. 38, 37, 37, 37. So yeah, pick up the pace a bit. He's on a brand new set of hards, I think, as well. Lewis, yes, he's on a brand new set of hards. So gonna go a bit quicker. Yeah, just watching the lap of Max, and the Red Bull does look very good in Max's hands. The handling of that Red Bull looks promising. Does look promising. Bit of a twitch out the last corner, but I think everyone's having a bit of a twitch out the last corner, aren't they, through turn 14? They're trying to really get on the power, and the rear steps out a little bit, so that's understandable. But Very promising from the Red Bull for sure. Very promising from Lando as well earlier on. But yeah, I think what we can see, I just want to see top speeds they're achieving. So particularly through like the middle sector through turn 11 and turn 12, you can see that if they don't get above 250, then they're not deploying at all. If they do, if they get up to 260, then they are. But Nico, green in the middle, a bit of a slower middle sector, but this should be a good time for Nico. Fifth fastest, 33.987, but still 8 tenths off of Max Verstappen's time. But not too bad. Not too bad for Nico Hülkenberg there. So yeah, I'm starting to see kind of where they're harvesting. Where they're harvesting and when they're not harvesting by just having the speed on there. But yeah, it'd be ideal to have a graphic knowing what that is. So you wonder how Lewis's radio comm is going. Yeah. Oh, Max went for a move on Franco Colapinto down into turn 1, just practicing a little overtake. What are the T-compound tyres? We don't know. They're testing tyres. So Pirelli do give out a number of tyres, but they don't know what level of compound they are to the teams. They will just say... They will probably just give them an understanding of this is hard, medium, soft, but the actual level of compound, we don't know. So you can get kind of an understand. You could get from the lap times that they run. You can probably, I think you could probably tell that the T tire. I'm not sure if there's a hard compound T tire, but there is definitely a medium, a tire that is similar to the C3, C4 that we've seen, because they have been doing. We have seen some quick times on the testing tire. So. But it's hard to tell exactly what compound it is. But there's definitely one of the testing tyres is definitely a medium tyre, similar to what we've seen in the C3 and C4, which is available this week. Verstappen, yeah, he will do. Yeah, they'll do one push lap and then they'll go into doing some. They will go into doing some race sims and programs and so forth, dialing in obviously the battery deployment. Lewis, what was his lap time this time around? A 38.5, and it was a 38.0 this time. So Lewis consistent with his race sims at the moment. So you can see 309 kilometers an hour as he heads down into turn 1. So definitely some way off the 341 kilometers an hour we've seen from Nico Hülkenberg down there. Let's see what he reaches at the end of up to turn 4, shall we? 250, 260, 270, 276 is what it topped out there. And that is... oh, was a yellow in the pit lane for some reason. Why is there a yellow in the pit lane? What's happened there? So where is the speed trap in Sector 1? That's odd. Sector 1 speed trap. I don't know where the Sector 1 speed trap is. Just saw a reel about Ferrari's wing being upside down. Yes. Yeah, we posted it in the chat as well. It's an interesting concept. They're not running it this afternoon. But yeah, very interesting, very innovative. So we'll see if it will be on there fully. So in corners speed traps. Yeah, it doesn't have the speed traps for Sector 1, 2, and 3, but I'd like to know where it is. I don't know why we are not discussing that rear wing more. That opening is huge. Oh, they're wheeling back the Aston Martin on a gurney. That's quite a sight. Turn 4, turn 12, I believe, speed traps. Ah, okay, so it's actually turn 4. Okay. Fairs. Thank you for the information, Darius. That makes sense. Let's see if we can see that from Lewis then. So 38.2 last time around. So let's see if it is. So he hasn't exceeded 220 kilometers an hour through turn 4. On the exit of turn 4. Maybe it's the actual sector line itself. He was quicker into the braking zone of turn 4 there. He reached up to 280 this time around. Is it allowed in a race, that rear wing? I mean, I can't imagine that they would have built a rear wing that isn't compliant, because there is a minimum gap or a maximum gap that you have to that you can't exceed. Otherwise, it won't be accepted in the regulations. But yeah, I presume it would be allowed in the race. The reason why they're not running it in the afternoon, is maybe just because they wanted to gather data this morning. They want to double check some things. But in relation to correlate against what they got in the... in relation to see it correlating with the information that they got in the wind tunnel. But yeah, Kimi Antonelli locking up. By the way, Kimi Antonelli locking up again into turn 10. That Merc... I mean, I don't think that Merc is the most balanced. I've seen more lockups from that Mercedes than I have done from the Ferrari and the Red Bull. I've seen the Mercedes and the McLaren lock up quite somewhat. The Mercedes power units, more so than what I've seen from Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, Hadjar, and Verstappen. So, Perez is coming in. He's at the end now. He's actually on his outlap. Turn 4 exit is where you think the speed trap is. That's fair. Oh, Lewis is Lewis going slow there? Yeah, Lewis is slowing down. So he did a 38.1 last time around. Unless that was just the trap map. But he's definitely on a race sim right now. Good lap times, consistent lap times, 38s on this set of hard compound tyre. I think Lewis is cruising at the moment. I'm not sure if he had an off or something, or if he's just purposely going slower. And maybe he's on an in lap and he's coming in. Definitely seems to be slowing down somewhat. He's not exceeding. Yeah, he's definitely not pushing right now. Maybe he's come to the end of his race sim. I mean, I say race sim, like it does look like that they're only doing like 10, 11 laps on a set of tyres. They're not going very long on a set of tyres. I know that Bahrain is, of course, a high abrasive circuit, but they definitely can do more laps than that. I mean, Lawson's on 20 lap old hards at the moment. He's been going quite a long time. Antonelli's definitely catching. Let's see if there's any update on the information though. So, Toto Wolff on suggestions that Petronas has had issues getting its 2026 sustainable fuel through the FIA's new approval process. This is another of these stories. Oh, well, Toto Wolff has been kicking off. Toto's been kicking off, it seems. Let's go to Adam. So he's getting a bit hot under the collar, I think, Toto Wolff. Let's just have a look at this here. So Toto Wolff, there was a team principal press conference, and he has been saying, because there's been rumours that they haven't been able to get, Petronas hasn't been able to get the sustainable fuel accepted via the FIA's approval process. This is another of these stories, he says. We were told compression ratio is something that we're illegal, which is total bullshit, utter bullshit. Excuse my language, but it's his quote. And now this next story comes up that our fuel is illegal. I don't know where that comes from, and it starts spinning again. Maybe tomorrow we're inventing something else. I don't know. I've been on the Epstein files. What? God knows what. Another nonsense. This is a complicated topic, and the process of all this, I can't even comment. Chill, Toto. Chill. What is that? What is that? Maybe tomorrow we're inventing something else. I don't know. I've been on the Epstein files. You just know the PR department have gone, oh, Toto, our day was going so well. Now you've just made my life so much harder. Wow. He also says on the proposed new compression ratio test, I think the way it's been done now, that it needs to be compliant to the regulations when it's cold and when it's hot, doesn't give anybody an advantage. Because I think the attempt was from the other guys to have it only measured hot so they could actually have it cold outside of the regulations. So now it's a fair game for everyone. Toto trying to pull the Uno reverse card. I think the PR had a heart attack, yeah. Carlos Sainz, he's always vocal about his feelings. He has said, on the 2026 rules, I think in general, a message to the FOM and FIA is, I think at the start of the year, we need to stay a bit open-minded in case the regulations that we've come up with are maybe a bit exaggerated on the amount of harvesting or deployment that we have to do for a lap. I would only ask to stay open in case we need to fine-tune or adjust to make the category and make the show better. I think we should stay flexible rather than committed to a certain level of energy management. Yeah, that's the right attitude. See how the first races unfold and then make the necessary changes from there. Hey, cool, good to see you. And then Lance Stroll has said, obviously he had that issue yesterday, a blunt assessment on the assessment from Aston Martin, bearing in mind they had an issue with the power unit not too long ago, with Alonso having to pull over. We need more power. It's as simple as that. We're lacking on power, and then we need to also improve the car. So a combination of things. So basically, the whole car needs work. Yeah, that's it for updates at the moment. Oh, hang on. No, Fred Vasseur. Fred Vasseur accepts the new extended F1 start procedure. Despite Ferrari anticipating potential issues by adjusting the design of its new PE. Overall, the story is also what we raised a hand 1 year ago with the FIA about the starting procedure, that it was tricky. I think everybody knew that without the H, the MGU-H he's talking about, it will be a tricky phase of the weekend, and the FIA decided to not change the procedure. We all took decisions on new architecture of engine based on the regulation, but I think the new procedure with the flashing lights, it's fitting with everybody. Everybody's happy with this. We all think that it's safe, and let's go like this. If someone is a bit not convinced, they can always start from the pit lane if it's not safe. So he's talking about the testing, the new start procedure that is being tested at the moment. So it looks like they're doing 2 formation laps, and then they're doing then these like prep lights come on, these blue lights that hold the cars for 5 seconds until the lights come on, and then it's lights out, away we go. So interesting updates there, interesting updates. F1 has posted a side-by-side comparison video, and it's just a huge opening. Plus, it's supposed to keep the rear down much more than before, though, by rotating it a few hundreds and hitting the wind. Oh, interesting. We'll see. What's the Ferrari rear wing? 180. I know, eh? Interesting concept. It's either going to be Ferrari or Mercedes with the fastest team. However, can never rule out Max in a title fight. I don't know. I think Red Bull will definitely want to keep an eye out on for sure. Today's been going well. Good, Steve-O. Good to see you. It's been a good day. As you can see, Verstappen has been the fastest at 33.162 today. He put in a good time there, quicker than that of Lando Norris earlier on. Bearing in mind also, guys, that was set on the C3 tyre. It was set on the slightly harder compound tyre than what Lando Norris did. So, yeah, Lando did his lap on the C4. So that's maybe why he had extra grip through the middle sector than what Max did. So, how many screens am I running? So I've got one ultra-wide monitor, 49-inch curved G9, Samsung G9, and then I've got another monitor above me, 1440p. So they're both 1440. And yeah, you don't need, to be fair, you don't need that high of a graphics card to run this for what I'm using it for, which is just like the software and streaming to you, because this doesn't take a lot of processing power. I do have a 4070, however, with a 7800 XD CPU, because I used to do a lot of sim racing, of course, and I needed an uplift in my power. But yeah, you don't need a lot, really, just to run it for what I've got here. But if you want to run any sort of decent game, then yeah, and sim or whatever, then you do probably want a 40 series card. Well, actually, no, you could do a 30 series card, but if you wanted to record and stream and stuff, then you would need a minimum of a 40 series. But you could get, if you just got the one screen or whatever, just a G9, yeah, all you need is a 30 series probably even 20 series you could use, but you may have to sacrifice on some graphics settings. That Mercedes engine must be the fastest, otherwise you'd have the other teams trying to get the other more faster engines banned. False. I don't know. I mean, the problem is that the teams haven't seen the full potential of that engine yet. Oh, fastest lap. We have a purple first sector. We have a purple first sector from Oscar Piastri. A 29.2 in the first sector. That is 2 tenths quicker than that of Max Verstappen. He's on the C3 tyre, which is the same compounder tyre that Max used. He hits through turn 12. Not a high speed through the middle sector at all. 40.6, so he's slow through there. I wonder if he's backed out of this, or if he's intentionally trying to keep the battery low. Just watching, he used the battery through the middle, through the start-finish straight, but he didn't use it. He recovered it all the way through turn 12. Full deployment here, no doubt. Is it going to go quickest? He does! And it's our first lap of testing in the 32s. 3 tenths quicker than Max Verstappen. A 32.861 Oscar Piastri on the C3. And well, that is our first lap in the 32-second range. Interesting. That was actually, that middle sector was good. Even though, so he deployed down the finish straight, but didn't deploy up through the hill. He recovered up through turn 11 and turn 12, which is why his speed was so slow. Let's have a look at the sector times there. You can see Piastri at 29.249, 2 tenths quicker nearly than that of Verstappen in the first sector. He was 3 tenths off of Norris in the middle sector, but you can see 0.03 of a second quicker than Verstappen. And in the last sector there, he did a 22.904. So, which was actually, was it 22.904? I think it was only a couple of hundred slower maybe, because it was yellow. So yeah. Good lap there from Oscar Piastri, the fastest we have seen in testing thus far. They're only 3 seconds off last year's pole, and it's only tested. They're definitely going to be a lot closer to last year's cars than people think. That's what I mean. I think there's definitely room, isn't there? Definitely room for improvement. So, yeah, T12, everyone is saving giga amounts of energy. They are, but we have also seen a change up of those deploying through turn 12 as well. We've definitely seen today some difference in deployment strategies, because you can tell, like, if they're going around 230, 240, they're not deploying through turn 12. But if you see them upwards of 250, 260, they're deploying. So we've definitely seen a few different strategies. When's Ferrari coming out? I don't know when Hamilton will be back out. He did a couple of race sims, or a couple of short, medium runs. Should I say medium runs? Only like 11 laps each on the tyres. But we're yet to still see a push lap from Hamilton this week thus far. Charles did a lap yesterday. It wasn't really that good. It was on the hard compound tyre, I think it was. So, as Jeremy Clarkson would say, McLaren. They might be close for a couple of laps, then the shooting batteries will heat up and have issues, plus all the wokery with the EV management and so on. Yeah, my concern is that they've only got 2 batteries to use all season, apparently. If that is correct from what I saw, 2 batteries to utilise all season is not great. Audi's showing a bit of pace today, yep. Yeah, I mean, you can see Hulkenberg has been doing a few kind of quick laps. You can see here, look, sticking on a lot of brand new tyres. So they've been focusing on kind of like single lap pace, I think. Two batteries. That's what I heard, yeah. That's what I saw. 2 batteries. Do I think Ferrari will do well? I think they will. Yeah, I am going to say it. I did want to put on my Ferrari shirt, by the way, but it didn't look good. It didn't smell good, should I say. It needs to go in the wash. Assuming Aston Martin, Audi and Cadillac are currently in a stage where they prepare future success of their drivers, will anyone still be around to benefit from the work they are currently doing? That's a very, very good point, Kiwi, and something I thought as well. Like, Perez and Bottas, they're going to put all the work in, right, to move Cadillac into a position where, yes, they potentially are competitive, but will they be around long enough to benefit from that? I'm not sure they will, really. Perez and Bottas are, what, 35 each? 35 respectively, 36, I think. I think Bottas is a year older than Perez, so they're both in their mid-30s, late 30s. Like, I'm not sure they will. I think it'll end up being, yeah, like, they'll look for I mean, maybe one of them will stay around, and then they'll have one experienced driver and then one rookie driver. Similar with Audi. I mean, how long will Hulkenberg stay around for? You'd expect Bortoletto to benefit from it, I think. Bortoletto will be there for some time. But Hulkenberg, maybe not. I don't know. And then Bortoletto becomes the experienced driver, and then they bring... I mean, I tell you who they probably will be eyeing up, for sure. Save the name. Freddie Slater. He is a junior driver who I have heard from other people as well who are on the motorsport circuit. He is a name to watch. Very highly rated in the junior categories. He's been taken on board by Audi, Audi's development program, and he'll be one who will be in F1 in probably a few years' time. Keep an eye out on him. I think he's on... Is he F3 this year? I think he's in F3 this year, Freddie Slater. So just keep an eye out on the name. He's just someone who's very highly regarded, very highly rated, and has been ripping up the junior formulas as well. And he has a lot of backing as well. Has a lot of backing. His dad is who does his dad? His dad is like the head of a very well-known company. He's 17 years old at the moment. Born in 2008. He was born the year I left school. Oh, wow. That's it. His dad owns and manages the luxury toiletries company Bayliss and Harding. I knew it was a company I knew. So He's at Trident F3, yeah. No, we'll have to see how he does, but he's similar to like Kimi. He was like ripping up the junior. I think he was ripping up the junior formulas. Very, very highly rated, very quick, and someone that a name that people on the motorsport circuit have been saying keep an eye out on him. So, and he signed for Audi. Are there any positives from Aston Martin? Not really. I mean, the only positive was that until Fernando Alonso pulled over, they'd done a lot of laps today. But yeah, that's just put a spanner in the works for today. Yeah, Bayliss and Harding. I like Bayliss. Bayliss and Harding is good as well. Your King Piastri on top. I know. Good lap time from Piastri. Good lap time. Anyone else on brand new set of tyres at the moment? Oh, Antonelli's on a brand new set. We'll keep an eye on Kimi. Is that Mercedes engine going to be turned up? Let's see. How many gearboxes are they allowed? Just asking for your mate Aston Martin, yeah. My pleasure, Shepard. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, look, I'm gutted I couldn't do last week as well. I'm gutted I couldn't do the first week of testing. I was initially going to do 2 days. I was going to do 2 days last week and 2 days this week. But how it panned out is that when they announced that there was only going to be an hour's coverage per day last week, I had a feeling that was also going to be limited to this timing as well. And I still have a day job that I have to go to and use to pay the bills. And I only have a limited amount of leave to use in the course of the year, holiday days. So I thought I'd take off these 3 days. It's closer to the season starting as well. And yeah, it's nice to have a break from the day job. Needed it, to be fair. So, any more information on Ferrari's upside down rear wing? No further information, Highways. No further information. We haven't seen it since this morning. Unless they're going to put it back on Lewis's car now. I mean, there's plenty of time for them to change it over, I presume. But yeah, we haven't seen it this afternoon. Not since they went back into the garage very early this morning. Have we gotten a new look at the Ferrari spin? Yeah, we do. Yeah, there is a link on the F1 website, I believe, of Ferrari's new rear wing. Let me have a look. Let me see if I can get the link for you again and just post it in the chat. Here we go. Check that out, guys. Really rate Bortoletto, in my opinion. The only reason he's not in McLaren is because McLaren already have 2 great drivers, though. Yeah, no, agreed. And that was also the thing with Alex Dunn as well. Alex Dunn also left McLaren because he was promised a seat at Red Bull Racing, wasn't he? Or the Racing Bulls. Helmut Marko's apparently. So this is what happened with Alex Dunn. He was at McLaren, wasn't he? He was a McLaren junior driver. Doing really well in F2, and then he all of a sudden announced he was leaving. That's because he had signed a contract with Racing Bulls, because Helmut Marko, when Piastri's just done a fastest last sector there, by the way, 22.8 on the prototype tyre. He nearly went quicker again, a 33.1. Piastri has the 2 fastest times this week, by the way. A 32.861 not too long ago, and a 33.116 just then. So Alex Dunn basically signed a contract with Racing Bulls because Helmut Marko placed the contract in front of him and signed him up. But what happened is that Helmut Marko was told, no, we're not going to sign Alex Dunn. And he went and did it anyway. And when they found out, they had to pay a substantial compensation fee to Alex Dunn and his entourage or whatever to get him out of the contract. So Alex Dunn now isn't associated with a team, but is racing in F2 again this season. So yeah, bit of a balls up there. Not Alex Dunn's fault, of course, but Helmut Marko, big balls up for him. But yeah, Bortoletto moved to Stake F1 / Audi because, yeah, there was an opportunity for him to immediately get on the grid, whereas you can't see the partnership of Piastri and Norris. moving. So, oh, is he associated? Sorry, he's with Alpine. Apparently, he's now going to be with Alpine. He's going to be an Alpine reserve driver, Alex Dunn. It's literally within the last 24 hours that's been announced. So, and he's racing with Rodin next year. T means testing tyre. We don't know the level. We don't know the compound. It's all super secret. Can Papaya win another constructors? I think so. Yeah, I think Mercedes would definitely... I think McLaren with the Mercedes engine will definitely be up there this year. Definitely one to keep an eye on. You saw a vid on Max's new braking technique where he's going to... very low in some gears. Yes, he is going low in some gears because that's what they have to do to spool the turbo, keep the turbo levels up, and to help the recharge of the battery, because obviously you're keeping the revs higher in the corners, and it helps with the turbo, and it helps with the battery recharge as well. But it's counterintuitive to what racing drivers want to do. So, won't that destroy the gearbox? Normal circumstances it would, but I think these gearboxes have been designed to allow for it. So there are things that they can do to accommodate that, the gear ratios and so forth, to ensure that, yeah, I mean, probably more durable gearboxes as well in the construction of them, but I'm not entirely sure how it all works and operates, but it's definitely something that they've no doubt allowed for, because they would have tested it in simulations and so forth. McLaren released all their junior drivers last year and made a new roster. Yeah. I mean, if you're a McLaren junior driver, not really the best place to be right now, because it's not like there's... Piastri and Norris are both young. Doesn't look like they're either... that both of them signed long-term deals quite recently. The only way you'd stay with McLaren junior program is if, like, obviously they're funding you and you're going to try and get attention on yourself to maybe move elsewhere. But yeah, I don't think McLaren is a great place to be in the next couple of years for sure, because you expect Piastri and Norris to be there for the next like 2-3 years, don't you, at minimum? What do I think the gap will be between the fastest and slowest in Australia? That's so difficult to say. So difficult. It wouldn't surprise me to see either... It wouldn't surprise me to see, unfortunately, Cadillac, Audi, or even Aston Martin to be lapped quite comfortably at Melbourne. Maybe even a couple of times. But as the season progresses, I hope that isn't the case. But I think the gap will be quite sizable to start the season. The top four, I think the gap will be close. But yeah, to the bottom of the field, we could see a couple of teams maybe be lapped comfortably, but I hope that's not the case. You can see Aston Martin blowing through their season allocation of gearboxes at Australia alone. Potentially. I mean, does it matter if you get 10 place grid penalties all piled up if you're starting from the back of the grid anyway? Just get them out of the way and done with, you know. Do I think a team or two could be pushing 100%, 107% pace rule? I don't think it will get that bad, Elliot. I think you've got to realise how bad that actually is. I don't think so, but I think we could see teams being lapped. So, you think Cadillac's is the best livery? I disagree. I don't know when Ferrari's coming out again, Ammo. That's something that we do not have. We're not privy to information on. I'm sure they'll be coming out again. Don't worry. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I'm seeing the comparison here. Oh, wow. That gap is massive, isn't it? Oh. Have a look at this, guys. Dusko, wherever he was. Yeah, that is very true. There you go. Check that. That's a comparison of the normal slot gap they've got in the rear wing, and then the new one which flips. Hmm. Charles Leclerc said he tried to overtake someone a few times during the test days and states that it's anything but easy and will certainly be a challenge. Oh, let's hope he's wrong. Let's hope he's wrong. Who has the best livery? Haas. It might cause extra drag. Well, supposedly it helps with downforce. It helps them with the transition from the active aero down to in the braking. So I think that's what it's been designed to do. It gives them more stability coming out of the active aero at the end of the straights. So yeah, we'll see. Hadjar's clip yesterday from trying to overtake Bottas was so weird. Yeah, so supposedly, I did see a breakdown of this. So, Hadjar's battery ran out of power. He ran out of battery usage before Bottas did. So you can see in that clip that basically Hadjar is trying to overtake Bottas in the Cadillac. He uses his battery, which deploys. He comes out of the slipstream. He's using his battery the whole time, and then it runs out. And he starts to pull back he starts to drop off Bottas, who still has a bit more battery to use. As Bottas then starts to pull away, and then Bottas's battery runs out, which then means that Hadjar's pace differential is more, and he starts to catch up and overtake him, and then he does him on the brakes. So that's what we're going to see. That's the thing. The battery is going to be so essential. It provides so much power because it is 50%, and that's what's going to be primary to being able to overtake. So you need to make sure you've got enough battery. I think the first few races are going to be interesting for sure, but they've also got the tyres as well, and yeah, it's going to be. I just hope it's not too difficult to understand what's happening, really. Obviously, I'm going to try and do my best to translate that to you all. But that's why I think we need a graphic on the battery usage so that we understand what is actually happening. We know, like, I want to talk up and overtake. I don't want it to be just an arbitrary overtake and then them chopping and changing, like just yo-yoing every single corner or whatever. I want to be able to know in the overall grand story of the race what is a real overtake and what are the drivers doing in the race as well, so that I can relay it to you and we all have an understanding of what's occurring. Did a quick calculation. The 107% rule, 107% rule, sorry, assuming pole is a 1:31.2, just picked a random number. Yes, fair enough. That would be 1 minute 37.58. So that is a massive gap. So you're talking 6 seconds, over 6 seconds, nearly 7 seconds. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a 7-second pace differential to the fastest and slowest car. No, definitely not. If a car is beyond the 107% time, then they get disqualified. They cannot race for safety reasons, basically. Hey, Delena. What do I think about the Ferrari wing as compared to Alpine regarding the drag? Alpine wings drop down completely, removing the upper element of the air resistance. It might be a similar concept in relation to the transition from active aero to the braking at the end of the straight. I don't know. I'm not an aerodynamicist, so I can't unfortunately give you a clear-cut understanding. There'll be guys out there on Twitter, Scarbs, Craig Scarborough, and others who will give a more comprehensive breakdown as to why they're doing what they're doing. I'll see if I can find one. But I guess Alpine's concept is kind of to try and have similar yeah, a similar output as what Ferrari want. Trying to see if there's anything about where is it? I'm trying to find it. Let's see if I can go to Craig Scarborough and see if he's got a breakdown of it. Which driver for Ferrari will drive the second session? That is Hamilton. Hamilton's driving now. You've missed him though. He will be back out there. He's done a video with Peter Windsor. He hasn't put it down on his Twitter. James Vowles has just been asked, where is he? They're like, where are you in performance? And he's like, we're not first and we're not last. Oh, Max is on a brand new set of mediums. Woo! Yeah, James Vowles went, we're not first, we're not last. And he's like, what I can tell you is that the top four are the top four. Do I support any manufacturer in the FIA World Endurance Championship? I don't know. I don't follow the World Endurance Championship too keenly, to be honest with you, so I don't have any allegiances there. Oh, Max was on a brand new set of mediums and he's come back into the pits. That's a shame. Is he coming back through again? It's up to race director to actually disqualify them or not. Oh, is it really? Okay, fair enough, Taco. But I'm guessing it's that the race director then has the power to disqualify them if necessary. It's mainly basically if they're that slow, then they. I mean, if you're 7 seconds off the pace, that you become a roadblock and you become a danger to others because the closing speed that that others would have on you is dramatic. If you're 7 seconds slower, you're basically in an F2 car. You're F2 pace, aren't you? Really. So that is why that rule was in place, because in effect you're driving an F2 car with F1 cars, and that is dangerous. So, do I think the new rear wing is going to create an unstable car? It shouldn't create an unstable car, no. Red Bull t-shirt, so Quagga, thank you. It's not not quite the t-shirt, it's the hoodie. But I can get that over my headphones. I don't think I'll ever wear the hood, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's the jacket. So I did want the t-shirt, but it was out of stock. In my size, anyway. What's my predictions on the pecking order, and which team do you have as a dark horse? Maybe snatch a win if the likes Merc, Red Bull, Ferrari, or McLaren folds. Pecking order is really tricky to say. It's really tricky. I do think McLaren are probably higher and closer to the top than what people have been predicting or assessing. Mercedes, who knows? I've got a suspicion not everything is as rosy at Mercedes as what everyone's making out to be. I mean, Toto, those comments from Toto recently in that interview we just relayed to you, like, that's a man who's like not happy, or things are not so great behind the scenes. So Right, let's keep an eye on Max, though, shall we? He's on a brand new set of mediums. Let's see how he fares. Is he going to go quicker here? He wants maybe that fastest lap time of the day, which Oscar Piastri took off of him earlier, 32.861. Oscar also has the 2 fastest times we've seen thus far in practice with a 33.116 as well. So here we go, Max. Let's go. 284 kilometers an hour. He peaked there as he went into the braking zone of turn 4. Round turn 4, making sure he keeps it within track limits. And as he crosses the first sector line, it's a 31.3. So no, we will stop that hype because that is way off of the pace of a 29.2 or a 29.4, which was Max's previous best. So, damn it, I got hyped for no reason. Caddy is the GOAT. 16 laps. Interesting that they're using the testing tyre. Of course, they have a certain amount of laps that they have to run on the testing tyre. So, yeah, mandated there. Lewis still not out the pit lane, which is interesting. Maybe they're sticking that rear wing back on. I think there is a rule that if you are a lot slower than the others, you cannot participate in the race or the quali. That's a 107% rule that we were talking about, yes. Do I think we could see that from anyone? No. I don't think anyone's going to be 7 seconds off the pace. That is basically what it equates to, roughly. Six, even if you're being generous with 6 seconds. 6 seconds is a lot. So I don't think that'll be the case. At least I hope. So, let me just have a look. Sorry guys, just reading some messages here on my F1 group chat. Group chat's having a... I've missed hundreds of messages about the talk about the Ferrari rear wing. I'll have to read that once this is finished. Is Max going to go for another push lap here? No, he did 39.391 last time around. Where are Ferrari not sending Lewis out? Is it a technical issue? Don't think it's a technical issue. They don't have to be out every single minute of every session. Lewis did do a heap of laps earlier. He did like 40 odd laps earlier. So maybe they're making some necessary adjustments to the car, setup changes, analysing some data, and then they've still got an hour 50 for him to go back out there and do some more data gathering or whatever it is that they want to achieve. They did have an issue. I think they had an issue this morning. It hasn't been reported. I mean, it hasn't been confirmed that Ferrari had an issue this morning. But, yeah. We'll see. So, Lando has been speaking in the media press conference, and he supposedly said McLaren is slightly off the pace versus other teams and have things to improve, but from some strengths from last year will also remain. He says, from what we see at the minute, last year we also, from what we see at the minute, no. Last year we also had just a pace advantage, so going into the race we could almost drive slower, things work better, and then we could drive quicker. At the minute, we're a little bit off. So to match the race pace of some of the others, we have to push a bit more, and then we have more degradation. So not entirely, but I know there are some things that were our strengths last year that will continue to be our strengths this season. But there's still a lot of work just to get the balance in a good window. The car worked very well last year. It was difficult to understand, but it worked well, and it's all just very early days for this car at the minute. So we'll be continuing to look into that. Of course, I would love that, because even when we had a bad quali, we knew we would have a good Sunday, and that was always something to look forward to. The team are working hard on every area. That includes race pace, tyre cooling, all of those things. But at the minute, we just kind of got to improve in most areas. So that's what he believes. Why is Hamilton in the pits? He is just chilling at the moment. He's having a coffee. He'll be back out soon. I don't think there's no issues. They're probably just analysing the data. He did some long runs earlier. So. Have those wonky Audi side pods turned any heads for like the Alpine rear wing or the Ferrari winglet? They did the first day they were revealed, but no. Since then, I don't think anyone's paid any attention to the Audi too much. Unless it kind of breaks down. Right, Albon, 29.859 for him. P7 at the moment. Let's see what he is going to do. Speaking of espresso time, I'm going to have a coffee in a second once we watch Albon complete this lap. Currently P7 of his fastest lap. We are getting to the time of day where the sun is starting to set, so we could potentially see some new tyres slapped on and some new lap times as the track starts to cool. Wind speed's a bit higher than normal though, but up to over 250 kilometers an hour into turn 12, 258 when he hit the brake into turn 13. So 41.695 though for Alex Albon. So a couple of hundreds off of his quickest time. Not going to hit the lofty heights of what Norris and Piastri are able to do, and Verstappen in the 40s, high 40s. So let's see how he goes. Across the finish line. Is it a green for Alex Albon? No, it's a 35.285. So only a hundredth or so off of his best time, but maybe could have done better there. I don't know if he had maybe a moment out of the last corner. Let's see if he did. Or maybe he just ran out of battery deployment. It's interesting to see. It's mad to see like the pace differential. No, it's an okay last sector. Last corner. So yeah, the pace differential's mad, isn't it, really? I mean, you don't know fuel loads and stuff as well, but the fact that Albon's on a brand new set of tyres there was 1.6 seconds off of the fastest middle sector. It was a full second slower than what Oscar Piastri did in the middle sector on his best lap time as well. So mad. Do I think Ferrari's really got a chance? I think they do, yeah. I think you can be positive about them. I think there's an opportunity for Ferrari this year. They might not be the quickest to start off with. I think they've got a good platform to build upon, and that's important for Ferrari. I don't think they're going to be like chasing so much, which they have done for the last 20 odd years. I can't remember the last time they really came out of the blocks firing. You know, it was the quickest car. Or at least close to the front runners. I mean, yes, you could say 2022, maybe. You could say maybe Sebastian Vettel's, but then we know that obviously there was a fuel flow trick that they were running that wasn't legitimate. Before that, Aston maybe, yeah, probably, what was it, 2010? Was it 2010, 2011, when Alonso should have won against Vettel? So, yeah. By the way, there you go. Hamilton is out on track. Hamilton is out on track right now. So he is on a set of hard compound tyres still. So he's out there on a set of used tyres. So no push laps yet for Lewis Hamilton. We'll see if maybe he'll slap on a set of brand new mediums soon, and that will make things interesting. Right, coffee break, guys. Back in a jiffy. Let's make a brew. Oh. We're back. We're back. All Colapintos on a set. Fresh set of boots. Some of the mediums. The top four are definitely Red Bull, Merc, Ferrari, and Macca. It's all guessing, isn't it? It's all guessing work. I think there is... So, I'm a bit more concerned about Mercedes now than what I was beforehand. I think you can tell a lot by people's reactions and body language. And I think that outburst from Toto Wolff earlier... I think there's quite a bit of truth in it. I think not all is well behind the scenes with Mercedes, and I think, yeah, that's like a bit of stress coming to the forefront. Like it's a slit, like a not quite a Freudian slip, but the mask has slipped somewhat there with Toto Wolff and his comments in that press conference. That yeah, not all is as well as you make it out to be behind the scenes at Mercedes right now, with the fuel not being approved yet and passing the FIA homologation, and then also the now compression ratio trick that has been cracked down upon. It's funny, really, isn't it? But like this whole compression ratio, Mercedes probably sat there and thought, "Ha, yes, we've got a little trick here that's going to be really difficult to prove." Like, how do you prove it? Like, if they pass the ambient testing and the FIA don't implement any new testing procedures, like, brilliant. We can get away with this probably for the whole season, because how is anyone really going to be able to, like, pinpoint that, oh yeah, we're getting that's the reason as to why we've got such a great engine, right? And it's only because a former Mercedes engineer from the power unit side went over to Red Bull, went, yeah, this is what Mercedes are doing. Let's try and replicate it. And supposedly, yeah, Red Bull haven't been able to replicate it, which is why they've now like joined the other power unit manufacturers in trying to change the testing and limit this supposed advantage that Mercedes will have or does have. So yeah, interesting times. Hamilton hasn't done any push laps. No, he hasn't. No, he's been focusing on long runs. Max doesn't like the car, but he is still fast. Imagine if he did like the car. He's going to try and drive anything as fast as he possibly can, right? And it'd be typical he would win the championship this year if he doesn't like the car. Why isn't Hamilton doing any push laps? Isn't this his last testing? Yeah, I'd be surprised if he doesn't do some form of a push lap by the end of the day. But he's clearly on board with whatever they're doing and whatever he needs to do in the car. And there is still an hour and 38 minutes left of this session. So because Red Bull couldn't produce it, they grassed it up. Yeah. Well, the rumor came out before it was confirmed Red Bull could even replicate it. So it came out as a leak, didn't it? And it came out from the Red Bull side. So someone basically leaked it, but this is what Mercedes had done, and this is what they were trying to do. But yeah, they couldn't replicate it, so they went and joined the other PU manufacturers in trying to limit their effectiveness on it and change the testing rules, which now is going to happen, but not until August. So currently Piastri and Max are about a tenth too slower, based on what, Dusko? The work Red Bull have put into their powertrain is commendable. Super reliable so far, zero issues. Yeah, really good. Really good. And Ford as well. You have to give Ford credit, because supposedly that relationship did not get off to a good start. That was what was rumoured. So, yeah, fair play to them. By the way, guys, yes, if you are new here and you're yet to hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button, please, and hit the like button. It'd be much appreciated. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, as always. We'll be back tomorrow for the last day of testing. Last couple of laps, first sector. Is that Red Bull, McLaren? Piastri and Max are about a tenth or two slower. What, right now or previously? 39.77 last time around for Verstappen, 39.5 for Piastri on the medium. Lewis is doing 41s, so fuel loads make such a big difference. But yeah, there's literally no reason to not subscribe. There isn't. We'll be here for every single race this year. Every single race. I made every single race last year. I intend it's going to be a big year for us, for everyone. I may, it's a big if, and it's a big may. I may be attending my first ever race weekend this year. May. Not confirmed. I'll believe it when I see it, but yeah. I may. And I would, and I say race weekend, I probably wouldn't be attending race day. I would be attending like the Friday and the Saturday, and then I'd do the race on Sunday for you all. But yeah, that's potentially on the cards. We'll see. Hamilton looks like he's improving. 38.7 last time around. Yeah, that was much better. Let's have a look at his times, shall we? We can see here. So we can have a look at his current run. So put the hard tyre on. He did a 43.9 on his first lap, then a 39.2, 38.3, 38.7, 41.1. Not quite sure what happened here. I don't think he didn't have an off, so maybe there's something that they're intentionally trying to do. Radio message came through. 38.7 last time around. We'll just keep this here when he crosses the finish line. He's coming around into the last sector now. I don't think anyone's on a push lap, are they? No, they're all doing long runs at the moment. So here we go. Lewis Hamilton, just keep an eye on there on that number 51, row 51. No driver would take these cars over the V10s and V8s. No. The look of them maybe and how they actually drive, but not the actual power unit and how they function, no. Oh, he's coming to the pits. Lewis is coming to the pits. So there you go. Maybe you're about to get your wish is about to be answered. Maybe you're about to get Lewis Hamilton push laps. So Max Verstappen is up here. He's now doing 39s. Ever so getting slower as the tyres start to fall off. Piastri is following Verstappen in his dirty air. So he's getting a decent bit of information right now as he's following Max Verstappen. Piastri and McLaren getting lots of data here. Good data for them following Max Verstappen in these dirty air. Hamilton put a new tyre on. He's on a brand new set of hards, Hamilton. On the hard compound tyre. That Ferrari does look good on the TV angles. I do like it. The side profile with these cars is very nice. Very nice. And Ferrari just did a practice stop with Lewis as well, which is why he's straight back out there. And it was a very good stop. Bodes well. Ferrari pit stops, continuing where they left off last season. I think they were the fastest on average last year. So, yeah. Race simulation at the moment. I think Ferrari have had enough data. I wonder what Oscar will say about the dirty air. I mean, he's been following Max for about 3 laps now. $39.9, Verstappen 40.1. I wonder how long Max will allow Piastri to stay in his dirty air for. But this is important information for McLaren because they struggled with the dirty air last year, didn't they? But the tyre deck is going to be high in these regs. I think so as well, yeah. And this is what I think as well, Ayush. I think people are overlooking the impact of the tyres and the tyre management. Of course, the battery management is so important and the energy deployment. But I think, look, if you kill, it doesn't matter how good you are with your energy deployment. If you don't have the grip that is necessary to make use of that acceleration and obviously have the ability to corner as quick as obviously you need to, then you're just gonna lose so much time. So yeah, really important to have that tire management under wraps. So those who are going to be able to look after the tires, the energy deployment is important, but I think those who be able to look after the tires best are going to excel here in this regulation set. Lewis is 1 second faster in the first sector. Second sector though, no, 42.7. Do I think the gearbox is going to suffer? We have had that question earlier on, and as Max Verstappen pits out of the way of Oscar Piastri, he'd had enough of giving him the dirty air. I think the fastest lap there for Lewis today at 36.5. Undoubtedly, yes, they will, but I imagine this is something that they have foreseen would be a potential solution or method for these regulations, and I think that is something that will be accommodated for in the durability and just like the overall build of the gearboxes. So, not convinced about the big white and blue HP logo. Maybe they could have negotiated with HP to have it in red, or at least in a design and colour. That is not a horrible clash. It ruins delivery look. Yeah, I agree. Obviously, HP have paid. Maybe there was that discussion. Maybe HP did have that. Ferrari did have that discussion with them, and HP went, no, we want to keep it blue and white. And then maybe Ferrari went, okay, well, that's going to come at a premium then. If you're not going to colour code it in with us, then it's going to stand out more. Obviously, there's more visibility for you. We understand that. But we know it's potentially going to have a negative impact. There's a premium to that. That's what I would be saying. And that's probably what they did. Was it 500 million over 5 years or something? It's a very, very lucrative... Well, 300 million over 5 years, maybe. Like, it's a very lucrative partnership that they've got with HP at the moment. So, gearboxes need to suffer. They've had it too nice recently. Interesting. I agree. It'll be down to energy management and tyres. Yeah, so. Hamilton now getting the benefit of dirty air with Piastri. Slotted him out behind Piastri, and he is now going to get some dirty air, unless he wants to just get ahead. It is also important for the drivers as well. It's not just important data for the teams, but it's important data for the drivers from their driving perspective. What levels of grip are they going to be expected to receive when they are in the dirty air of another car? It does look like Hamilton's not wasting time, though. He's right under the rear wing of Oscar Piastri. Is he going to get past him? They're having a little bit of a race at the moment, Oscar Piastri and Lewis Hamilton, which is interesting. Oh, a little bit of a battle here between Piastri and Hamilton. Go on, boys, fight it out. And Lewis beats Oscar Piastri into turn 11. Lewis was actually fighting properly Piastri there, by the way. That was a mini battle between the two of them. That was interesting. No battery deployment from either of them either. So, good fight there. Good fight. We'll see. Am I a Max fan? I'm not a fan. No. I have softened to Max, though, for sure. I have. I've always respected him as like the pace that he has as a driver, but obviously I've had my issues with the way that he does go racing. I still have issues with the way that he goes racing, but mainly wheel to wheel, of course. But yeah, I've definitely, he wasn't my favourite, but I have softened to him as he's got older and I've got older. So this isn't because I'm a Max fan, by the way. I'm an Isaac Hadjar fan. No, I'm not a fan of any driver other than Lewis Hamilton. I've said that before. Lewis is someone that, yeah, I've watched since he came into the sport. I was a lot younger as well. Always followed him. There are drivers that I prefer more than others, but yeah, drivers change, don't they? Like, they are human beings at the end of the day, and someone that you may not like due to, you know, when you're younger, you can be a bit more hot-headed and so forth. But as they get older, like, it's different and they change. Like Vettel was the same. I wasn't particularly a fan of Vettel when he was younger, but then as he got older, I became more of a fan, and maybe because he mellowed out somewhat. So, yeah. Everyone's entitled to their opinions, Arav. That's absolutely fine. But yeah, look, even what I do here on this channel is that, I've said it before, I try and be as unbiased as I possibly can. The only time you'll see me be biased is if I have issues with the FIA. I have my issues with the FIA and the marshalling. But drivers, no, look, even though I'm a fan of Lewis Hamilton, if he does something wrong, I will call him out for it. I will criticise him. No one is above criticism. No one's above reproach. And yeah, I will dish that out where I see fit. I think that's what you guys appreciate here. But obviously when it comes to commentary and so forth, like, I'll just call it how I see it. And I love F1 and I want to see wheel-to-wheel racing. I want to see a tight title battle, regardless of who it's between. And get that buzz off of watching racing. If the drivers that I prefer and like more than others are involved in that, then happy days. But I'm just a fan of the sport, you know. Has Lewis tried to push lap? No, he hasn't. No, not yet. He's still doing race sims. Did have a little mini battle with Oscar Piastri, which is interesting to see. So, last season you start to respect Max. That title comeback fight was out of this world. Yeah, it was impressive, wasn't it? And I think people also, due to how McLaren had handled the championship between Piastri and Norris, I think people also wanted Verstappen, who weren't even Verstappen fans, just to get involved. It's wild that even though McLaren were trying to be as fair as possible and so forth, whether you think that's true or not, everyone was like, nah, sod this. This ain't F1. Come on, Max. Prime Hamilton is weirdly underrated in my opinion because people always pull the it's the car card. Yeah, look, people who pull it's the car card are blinded by their hatred, or they just don't understand the sport. Max has proven over the last few years. Yes, we know that there's circumstances with, of course, him having better parts, shall we say, with the car. But Verstappen has showcased that having, and everyone has, Schumacher as well, Senna, Lewis. Just because you've got a fast car doesn't mean it's easy to drive. Most often than not, the fastest cars are the most difficult to drive. But the fastest drivers and the most talented drivers find themselves in the position to drive these cars and win championships because the teams have noticed their ability and that they warrant their services to drive these cars. And they're the ones best capable with dealing with them. And that's what we've seen countless times over the years in Formula One through the eras. And the best always come, mostly, not all the time, but mostly, the best drivers come out on top. So, 100 laps for Verstappen. Whee! The only driver to hit 3 digits today. I'm sure Albon will do the same as well. He's on 92. Colapinto's 3 laps away as well. We also have Lawson, not many laps away. He's in the pits. Morning, Eric. Good to see you. 132, I know. Hey, 132. Will we see quicker than that? The sun is setting in Bahrain. The lights are on. The track is cooling, 29.1 degrees Celsius right now. So there is potential for a quicker lap time if someone wants to turn that engine up, you know. Turn it up. Go on. Someone's got to do it, surely. How good was Hamilton pre-2021? Very good. Very good. Yeah. Him and Nico Rosberg had Nico not completely in his back pocket, but Nico Rosberg was basically battered and bruised after one season, after winning his one world title, and said, I can't do that again. Very good in the 2000s. I mean, look, he's the only rookie to compete for a championship in his first year, like nearly win it. And if you believe conspiracies, because of Spygate, McLaren were told that they weren't allowed to win the title, and some nefarious things happened behind closed doors to stop Alonso or Hamilton winning the title in 2007 because of Spygate. Shady stuff happened behind the scenes when Bernie Ecclestone and Max Mosley were in charge. So yeah, that maybe he could have won if it wasn't for that. Of course, China. The second to last race was it in China, or third to last race in China, where he got left out, unsurprisingly, like way too long, and ended up in the gravel in the pit lane. And then won in his second year. Like, yeah, super talented. It was fun watching Lewis Hamilton in the sport when he was younger. Who do I think will be better Who do I think will be the better driver at Alpine this season? Gasly, without a matter of doubts. Look, I'm still not fully sold on Colapinto, to be honest with you. I think he did well when he first came into Williams. Look, he had difficult circumstances coming into Alpine when he did last year, and I wasn't too critical. However, I am critical of Colapinto when he failed to keep the car like out of the barriers and actually on track when he first came back to the track last year at Alpine. But this year, that will be a first full season for him, and we will see how he fares. But I think I do rate Gasly quite highly. I think Gasly is someone who's rebuilt his career after Red Bull, and is a driver who I think should have an opportunity in another top team and deserves, another opportunity. I'd like to see him fighting for race wins. Obviously, he has that one race win, but I think Gasly last year, he got that car into positions last year, which he shouldn't, rightfully so, that car didn't deserve to be. And I think Gasly was definitely one of my top drivers last year, considering the circumstance he was in Alpine and how he was able to score as many points as he did. He made Q3 a lot of times last year, was fighting for points a lot of times last year when that car shouldn't have been anywhere close to it. So guess the amount of laps Verstappen will do today, you say 135? Maybe got another 30 laps in him. No one out on a brand new... Piastri's out on a brand new set. Is he going to go for a push lap here? Maybe, maybe not. He definitely won't go quicker than what he did earlier on the set of mediums, that's for sure. Just watching on board of Lewis. He's in the dirty air of Esteban Ocon now. So, bit of a snap of oversteer as he got on throttle out of turn 8 earlier. As I'm watching him into turn 10. Yeah, definitely a bit more snappier in the dirty air. Of course, losing a bit of downforce. Lewis Hamilton there when he's following Esteban Ocon. Any special talents on the radars? F1 drivers' special talents whereabouts? Yeah, we mentioned Freddie Slater. He's someone who is very highly rated in the... who's currently in F3. He got announced as the junior driver, or Audi's first junior driver. So keep an eye on him. He's only 17 years old. You've got... Who else have you got coming through? I think, is that Ugo Chokwu, the American? He's still quite highly rated. Alex Dunn, of course, keep an eye on him still. He's looking to sign with Alpine as a reserve driver. But Colapinto's obviously got a lot of money and a lot of backing behind him, so that's very enticing to Flavio Briatore, of course. So Colapinto might not be moving anywhere soon, unless he fails to keep the car on track at all this year. So yeah, I'm trying to think of any others at the moment that immediately jump out at me. Oh, that went down the wrong way, that coffee. Oh, but yeah, not really too much else to report about at the moment. Alex Albon's on a brand new set of mediums, so we'll see how he fares. Let's see if there's anything else occurring on the... Oh, have you heard, by the way, that there is a sequel to the F1 movie in the works? Oh, and I've seen the F1 movie now, by the way, guys. I've seen the F1 movie. Nate Saunders, ESPN, F1 writer for ESPN, long-time journalist in F1. What is going on? Why have I got dubstep playing? I want something a bit more chill. Nate Saunders says, I'm no body language expert, but you do get a feeling Leclerc is trying to hold in a giant grin every time he's asked about the Ferrari car. He and Hamilton both seem to be very content with where things are at. There's hope, Ferrari fans. There's hope, Tifosi. Hadjar's not in the car today. He's in the car tomorrow. Because he did all day yesterday. So he'll be in the car tomorrow. How do I think Arva's going to perform? I think he'll have a solid year. He made quite a few... Oh, bless me. Sorry. Tickled my nose there. He did make some very big rookie mistakes last year in F2. And I hope he doesn't make those in F1 this year. I hope they don't carry over. Undoubtedly, he's going to make some mistakes, as you always do in your first year in F1. But yeah, I think he's a solid driver. He's someone who has been very highly rated within the F1 stable, so someone to keep an eye on for sure. Lawson has got a tough time on his hands, but also Lawson, while he had a full year last year, he started to recover some good performance, and I think he should be positive about heading into this year. So it'll be an interesting battle between those two as teammates. There's no soft tyres technically available here this week, or labelled as soft tyres. The soft tyre is available here, so we have the C1, C2, C3 and C4 usable. But the C1 and C2 are labelled as the hard compound tyre, and the C3 and C4 are labelled as the medium. So in effect, we do have the standard hard compound tyre we have here, the normal medium, which is the C2, the soft is the C3, and then the C4 is like your super soft tyre, basically. Because we would never see the C soft here. My predictions about the Australia lights out and away we go. I think whoever's on pole position won't lead down into the first corner. Or out of the first corner, maybe. Is Hamilton running a new wing? Not at the moment, no. Where's that gone? It's not there. I'll grab it in a sec. Lights out and just give us a minute. No, it'll be fine. It seems to be that this new starting procedure, it worked well earlier. They're going to do it again in the end of this session. And I think it'll be, yeah, I think they've cracked it. I think they've found a good medium that isn't too overblown in relation to them sitting on the grid forever. Oh, are we getting a push lap from Caddy? Perez on a brand new set of mediums, a 30.2 in the first sector. Go on, Perez. Let's see what Caddy can do. Well, looks like he stalled a little bit through turn 10, and hopefully that wasn't just the... He's up to 300 kilometers an hour as he heads down into the braking zone of turn 11. Come on, Perez. Get a decent lap time in here, caddy. Go on. Through turn 12. Cadillac going for the glory lap, yeah. Around turn 13. A 42.3 isn't good. Oh, okay. Keep it going. Keep it going. Deploy that battery. Straight mode activated. Rear wing open. Front wing open. Perez. Hit that braking marker. Go on. No understeer. No oversteer. Just a perfect balanced Cadillac. Like the machine you are. 36.2. That first sector looks so good. It looks so good. I mean, it said it looks good. It was a second off. It was a second off Oscar Piastri's, but... I mean, at least he's only 3.4 seconds off the pace now. He's not 6. He's not 6.5. So... why would you suspect that the Cadillac team will qualify ahead of Lance Stroll? I don't know if they will. I don't know. I don't think the Aston Martin is that bad. I think it's just struggling with its... I mean, it's not where they want to be, basically. It's not at the top of the midfield. But I think they probably are like in the middle of the midfield. But they can't keep the... They just don't have reliability at the moment. Multiviewer, Pritter. MotoGP starts next week. Nice. If you want to listen to a good MotoGP podcast, you can check out the Missed Apex MotoGP podcast. I don't personally follow MotoGP, but they absolutely love it, so you can watch them as well. Coffee time. The reaction kills you. I was expecting more, okay? I have low expectations for them, but... I was expecting a bit more from Cadillac there, but maybe they got high fuel. Maybe they got too much fuel in the car. We don't know fuel levels, of course. So, no, Norris will not be in the car for the remainder of the day. It's Piastri now. And Norris did the morning session, Piastri in the afternoon. They'll be doing morning and I think Piastri will be doing the morning tomorrow, and Lando will be doing the afternoon tomorrow. So yeah, they're doing half and half. Max Verstappen. So whoever's in the car now will be there. So Lewis is back in the pits, by the way. He hasn't been back out. Hopefully we get to see a push lap from him, but only been doing long runs at the moment. This is Lewis's last day, by the way, of testing. Lewis's last day. He won't be in the car tomorrow. Charles will be in the car all day tomorrow. Bottas does have a 5-place grid penalty that he has to take at Australia. Yes, if you remember. My expectation... Exactly. Okay, yeah. You think Cadillac will be 9th or 8th in the Constructors? I think that's wishful thinking, to be honest with you. I think them finishing not last will be positive. So, and that's just because it's a tall order. I keep repeating myself. I sound like a broken record. That's just because it's a tall order for any new team to join F1 from scratch. I mean, you look at Audi, they should do better than Cadillac because they've taken over an existing team. Of course, they're bringing in their own power unit, but they should fare a lot better than Cadillac for sure. Bottas got a 5-place grid. Oh, where did Bottas get his 5-place grid penalty? He got it like in... He got it in Abu Dhabi for crashing with Sergio Perez. That's what he did. And that was his last race in... That was the last race that he did in F1. When with Stake F1. Of course, he didn't race last year, so he has a 5-place grid penalty for that reason. I remember it now. And then Sergio Perez had to retire from the race not too long afterwards in his last race for Red Bull. In 2024. Oh, did it expire? Oh, maybe they have... Okay, well, that makes sense, I guess. That makes sense. I mean, it would be fair, wouldn't it? He's had a year out of F1. It would make sense for him to not have that at the start of this season. So... It's okay. They'll probably be last anyways, first race. Exactly. I don't think it's going to be too much of a detriment to him. But we're nearly into the last hour of this day 2 PM session. Thank you for joining me, everyone. If you are new here, please hit that subscribe button. If you're a long-time viewer and you're yet to hit that subscribe button, please do. It'd be much appreciated. We'll be here all day tomorrow for the last day of testing, and then, it's full steam ahead into Melbourne in a few weeks' time. It is officially 2 weeks from tomorrow until we have the first official practice session at Melbourne, FP1, FP2. I'll be live for every single session. Of course, we have another big year ahead of us. 24 race weekends, 6 sprint race weekends, which are very, very choice circuits. I can't say I agree with all of them. One of them being Singapore. Yes, you heard that correctly. There is a sprint race at Singapore this year. Not entirely sure why that is occurring. Sorry, I do. But anywho, we'll be here for every single session that we possibly can. Most definitely every single qualifying and race weekend. So yeah, looking forward to it. I think it's still going to be a good one. It does sound like that there is potential for changes. It's not like we're roped into this energy management system to this level for the remainder of the season if it is too much and we do get some boring races to start off the season. But we'll see. As I said, I sound like a broken record, but I really hope that we do get at least a graphic that details the level of battery storage and they have available to them. We're still yet to get any confirmation of that. It's still pretty much the same graphics from last year. We will see, but nothing confirmed yet. Is the Madrid going to be making it on the calendar? That is the question, Eric. It is still not ready to be built. Let me see if I can find some imagery for you of the Madrid ring. It still isn't built, I think. Oh, here's the construction of the circuits. This is the Madrid ring at the moment. I don't know when that was, but they've got some imagery. I'm not looking at that at the moment, but I mean, it's under construction. It is under construction, but there isn't. I don't know what the current update of the Madrid ring is. I mean, it's got to be... The construction began in December 2025. So... yeah, that's quite late, to be fair. So they've got... Madrid, when is it supposed to be? When is it supposed to be? F1 calendar. Let's have a look. So the calendar, the Madrid ring is supposed to be September. So they've got 9 months. Well, not even 9 months now. They've got 7 months to build it now. And for it also to pass, obviously, FIA homologation as well. So FIA are currently trying to make China first race this season. Are they? I haven't heard that. What extreme weather has been in Australia at the moment then? Is it really bad in Melbourne? Seems to be okay from what I'm looking at. So no official softs available. But they are technically using softs. So what they've had available compound-wise this weekend, or this week, sorry, is they've had the C1, C2, C3. So the C1 is the normal hard compound tyre that we use here. The C2 is normally the medium, and the C3 is normally the soft. How they're being displayed this week, though, is the C1 is a hard. The C2 is also a hard white wall tyre. The C3 is a medium tyre, or detailed as a yellow tyre, which is technically a soft tyre here. And then we have the C4, which is also shown as a medium tyre, but it is actually, in effect, a super soft tyre. So there are technically soft tyres here. If they've set a lap time on the C3, that's what they've got. We don't have information. We don't have access to that information on this graph in relation to what compound they've used. But yeah, that's basically it. Because there's 4 compounds on use or available. Diagonal line in the tyre, or the brackets in the tyre, means that they're used. They're a used set. If they don't have a diagonal line, or if they don't have that diagonal line in the tyre, it means that when they exited the pits, they were a brand new tyre. So like Piastri now, he's out there running on a set of, the tyres are 11 laps old, but they were brand new when he exited the pits. Whereas Ocon as an example, he is on a set of tyres that already had laps done on them. So most likely, they've done 11 laps now. When he came into the pits, they were 9 laps old, and he's on the same set. Now they're 11 laps old, and there'll be 12 when he crosses the line. What causes a yellow in the pits? Normally due to an obstruction. So it'll be normally... so earlier on, that yellow in the pit lane, that was quite earlier on. That was due to the Aston Martin breakdown. So they were wheeling the Aston Martin through the pit lane. Oh, big lock up there from Liam Lawson. Big lock up. They hit the curbs here, and the car really does get unsettled. Oh, lots of bumping in that area. Oh, what was that? That's an odd area of the circuit there. Down into turn 8, the angle that he took there. The car really jumped up and down. Can I show the sector timings? Of course I can. So Lewis Hamilton is not back out there yet. We'll see if he will get back out there. Sector timings for today. Here you go. McLaren at the top for most of them. Of course, Oscar Piastri topping the timing screens at the moment. Verstappen, quite close up there as well. Hulkenberg, quite quick in that first sector. We know that they're very quick in a straight line with them topping the speed traps at the moment. Down into the first corner, which is what that yellow-orangey dot is on the track map there at the end of the start-finish straights. You can see really that Hamilton has not pushed the limits of this car today at all, similar to what Ferrari did yesterday as well. The first sector time, nowhere near as quick as what Max Verstappen and Piastri have been able to achieve. Similarly with the second sector and the third sector as well. And that is also... it's also able to see that via the speed trap. So as we confirmed there just a mention ago, Nico Hulkenberg, 341 kilometers an hour, has been the top speed today in the speed trap down into turn 1. Lawson quite quick in the first sector, but Hamilton, look, all the way down in 15th and in the sector 1 and sector 2. So he's been focusing fully on long runs today, Lewis Hamilton. So yeah, they really haven't pushed the limits of this car. Where am I watching the real footage on Sky? Over this way, out of view, out of shots. So, not a long time for a construction project for a new facility, especially with all the regulations and HNS, OTT stuff now. I agree, Shepard. That is not a long time at all. I don't know how quickly the Spanish can build a racetrack or their properties. So yeah, I think that's for them to start in December. That's less than a year. You're talking 10 months. Talking 10 months to build to excavate that, to build all the foundations, all the facilities. I don't know. Seems like a tall order for me. And then to get, obviously, approval for it as well. So, yeah. Stop playing with the screen. That's what we do. That's what we do when we're looking at the speed traps and the sector times. All relevant information, of course, for testing. Oh, Verstappen's on a brand new set of tyres. What's he on? Go on, Max. What are you going to do for us? What are you going to do? Exactly, AK. I've got a suspicion that it might not go ahead. I've got a suspicion we may end up at Portimao. Portimao on the calendar next year, remember? He's on a set of hards, Max. So, could be the mediums. The effective mediums, the C2. He might not be on the C1. But yeah, Portimao's been added back to the calendar, isn't it, next year? And that's a purpose-built race circuit. It's ready. It's there for use. It's not too far from Madrid, is it? Let's be real. Next country over. So I think Portimao will be there as a backup. So should go to Turkey. Someone said yesterday that they are potentially bringing Turkey back onto the calendar. I'd love them to go back to Istanbul. Yeah, it's a great circuit. Great circuit. It should be on the calendar, 100%. All comes back down to money, though, doesn't it? Unfortunately. I mean, at least Istanbul is like a purpose-built circuit as well. Same as Portimao. Like, Madrid Ring isn't a purpose-built circuit, is it? It's going to be like street-ish vibe. Portugal T1 is your favourite corners ever. Yeah, it is a great corner. Go to M&T. Those two have themselves on the screen all day. It's because they're the product people tune in for. Oh, Kimmy. Go on, Kimmy. 29.656 in the first sector. He's pushing. He's on a set of mediums. So he's at least on the what would be equivalent of a soft compound tyre. And it's still 4 tenths off of Piastri's time and 2 tenths off of Verstappen, but it's a green first sector for Kimi Antonelli. Let's see what he does as he makes his way up over the crest of turn 12, up to 260 kilometers an hour. And it's a purple middle sector for Kimi Antonelli. But the question is, does he have enough battery remaining here for this back straight down into turn 14? Straight mode was activated there with one of the 4 designated zones that we have at Bahrain. Round the last corner. Needs to keep it pointing in the right direction. He's done that, the young Italian. Where can he go? He goes fastest! Boom! Kimi Antonelli in the last hour of day 2 pops in a 32.8. Oh, what a lap. What a lap. Just watching his last corner now. And, oh, super grip. Super levels of grip there. The rear was planted. No understeer. No oversteer. Perfectly balanced. Mwah. Chef's kiss for Kimi Antonelli there at the end of, towards the end of today. Hamilton coming out, though. Sergio Perez is on a brand new semi-mediums. Ooh! We're getting some push laps. We're getting some push laps, ladies and gents. Come on, Hamilton. Yes! Lewis is on a brand new set of mediums. That's what we want to see. Toto forgot to turn the battery off. He forgot to press the cut out button. Here we go, though. Here we go. So, Lewis Hamilton out there. He's on a set of mediums now. Hopefully this is a proper push lap. We have yet to see a proper push lap from Hamilton or Leclerc thus far this week. Of course, Leclerc will be in the car all day tomorrow. Ocon jumps up into P8 there. Not a bad lap time from him. Colapinto is on 4-lap old. Albon. Max is on hards. We know Max is on hards, so no need to worry about that. Sergio Perez. Come on, Sergio. You're on a set of brand new mediums. Let's see what you can do. I just hope Hamilton gets a clean lap. That's the thing. We want to see a clean lap, don't we? So, they should do reverse tracks like F1 25. Hamilton, I don't believe, still has the reverse swing on. No, he hasn't had that on all afternoon. Right, Sergio Perez is going to be on a flyer. We'll keep an eye on him. Currently 3.4 seconds off of the pace. Let's see if he can improve and get up to Audi. I think that would be nice for Cadillac to do. I think that's really their battle this year, is with Audi. So let's see if they can get up to Audi of Nico Hülkenberg, who's 1.1 seconds back. That'd be good from them. We'll see how Perez does. He is making his way up to turn 4. Straight line mode activated as Lewis Hamilton is starting his lap here. I'll keep an eye on Lewis. He's going to have a clean track ahead of him. There we go. Lewis Hamilton, 3:08, 3:21, 3:23. Oh, Lewis Lewis not getting up to top speed, though, down into turn 1. Only 3.22. That's quite slow, but we'll see if he continues to push or not. Oh, 30.2 for Perez. It's a green first sector. Not particularly quick, but it is a green first sector, and it's still some way off the pace, really, of what Nico Hulkenberg has been able to do. Half a second off. But, of course, different deployment strategies being implemented here. Maybe he's going to pick up the pace in the middle sector. Lewis Hamilton, a 29.676. That is just a couple of hundredths off of Kimi Antonelli's time, by the way. So, Lewis Hamilton not having too much top speed down into turn. Oh, no, Lewis has gone slow. Lewis has pulled out of it. Lewis is backed out of it, I think. I don't know what he did. Did he go wide? Did he have a lock-up down into turn 8? Sergio Perez is green in the middle sector again as well. 42.0. It's going to be an improvement here for him. Just watching to see if Lewis did so. Oh, big lock-up for Lewis. Damn. Big lock-up for Lewis down into turn 8. So that's why he's backed out of it. And Perez improves. 36 flat. Okay. Could be better. Could be a lot better, to be honest with you. But a 36 flat for Sergio Perez there. So Lewis is going to have to cool down those tyres and go again. He's going to have to go again. He locked up down into turn 8. He got on the curb and, yeah, locked up. So, just watching the replay of what he did again. So, made his way through turn 5 and 6. Looks nice and comfortable. Made his way down into turn... Oh, yeah, he covered too much curb on the outside. Car bottomed out and he locked up. So, driver error for Lewis there. Right, come on, Lewis. Go again. Go again. Do it. Go for it. There you go. Picking up the speed. 280 to 300 kilometers an hour. Up to 320. 322. You can see the clipping, though. 319. He went to 322 and down to like 319, 318 as he got just before he got to the braking zone of turn 1. That is the concerns, of course, of these batteries, but there isn't enough deployment available to them with this being 50-50. They need more so on the power ratio side onto the internal combustion engine. But Lewis Hamilton does improve. He goes even quicker in the first sector this time around. And, well, that is quicker than that of Kimi Antonelli and Lando Norris in the first sector as well. Here we go. No lockup for Lewis down into turn 8. He's kept the pace up. So, all the way down now in the downhill off-cambered corner of turn 10. Is he going to lock up here or is he going to keep the car pointing forward and in the right direction? I think he's done okay. Maybe a bit of a stall there. I'm not entirely sure. Active aero open. No fancy upside down wing for him. The Macarena wing that Fred Vasseur mentioned earlier on. That's what they're calling it. Macarena. Turn 12 for Lewis, 250 kilometers an hour through there. Not quite up to the lofty heights of what Kimi Antonelli was able to achieve. And, well, unless he's got a mega amount of deployment here in the last sector, he is off the pace. It's a green first sector. It's green for him in the middle sector. It's a 41 flat. But this is slower than what Max Verstappen was able to achieve. Might not be a 32 for Lewis here. Might be a low 33 as he comes across the line. And it is 5th fastest. So turn 10 was a slow lap for him. He went wide. Yeah, turn 10 cost him. So he went wide through turn 10 on the exit. Okay, so that's why his middle sector was very slow. And then the last sector, 23.3, very slow. So kind of backed out of the last sector there. Okay. Not good, Lewis. Not good. Damn. Improvement from yesterday, but a lot more potential for him. So not a good push lap for Lewis. Hopefully he'll slow and go again because I'm sure he won't want to end on that lap either. So we'll see. We'll see if he does go again. Yeah, he went wide. You know, I said he pulled up. It looked like the icon pulled up through turn 10. It's because he did go wide in turn 10. So, yeah, that's why he lost a lot of time in that middle sector. And then, as a result, decided not to push as hard, or probably not deploy his battery in the last sector because he knew he'd already ballsed up. So, anywho. 3 seconds off the pace during the race will be a disaster. Yeah, it won't be great. It won't be great for sure. McLaren sandbagging going under the radar. I still think, yeah, you need to keep a keen eye on McLaren. So he needs to improve turn 10, more time left. 100%, David, 100%. Alex is on a soft? What? I didn't think there was a soft tyre available. Why is it showing Alex Albon's on a soft compound tyre? I didn't think there was a soft. I'll keep an eye on exactly what tyre Alex Albon's on. He's on the C4. So, no, Alex Albon is actually... I don't know what's going on with the icons here, but if you're on the C4, you're technically on a medium. So, yeah, Alex Albon is on a C4, but there is no soft tyre here, technically speaking. So, yes, Scutsy, that's what I'm on, yeah. Hamilton's back into the pits. I wonder if he'll stick on a brand new set of tyres. Maybe, hopefully. Let's just see if he does, because I'm going to quickly have a loo break. I need a wee. No, he's doing a practice start. Okay. He's doing a practice start. Looks like he's on the same set of tyres. Colapinto's on a brand new set, so we'll see how he fares. Piastri's on a brand new set of hards. We'll see if Hamilton will go for another push lap. I'm sure he's got enough in those tyres to still do another push lap. We'll see. Back in a sec. T means testing tyre. Making another blue. Why is Lewis back in the pits? Get back out there. I got my brew. Oh. Funny thing is, there's not that many turn 10s on the calendar. No, it is a very unique corner. It is a very unique one. Oh. Nice, nice. But welcome, everyone. I hope you've had an enjoyable time again today, whether you've just been listening at work or whatever it is that you're doing. Had me on in the background, and whether you've been active in chat or not. It's been enjoyable. I've enjoyed these last 2 days. We still have one more ahead of us tomorrow. I will be live from 7 a.m. I will be live for every single hour tomorrow for the last day. So I don't have to do drop-off. And little one may make a special appearance, which she hasn't done in quite some time because she's at home tomorrow with us, with mum and dad. So, yeah, welcome everyone. Hope you've enjoyed it. 42 minutes left of this day 2 session. If you haven't yet, yeah, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. If you want some Red Bull merch, Alpine merch, Haas merch, use my 15% discount that is in the link attached in the description and in the pinned message. Use my code because, yeah, it's some good quality gear, to be fair, that Castor does. Lunar Fans Unite, exactly, Joe. Red Bull are testing their Melbourne package, right? I'm not entirely sure. Not entirely sure. I'll have to do some research on it. I'm doing the I'm hosting the Missed Apex podcast tonight. At least I understand. At least I think I am. I know I'm on it. I think I'm hosting the podcast tonight. So, yeah. Oh, Kimmy's on a brand new set of tyres, by the way. Testing tyres. So maybe he'll improve. We don't know what compound of tyre these are. No, he's not going to improve because he just went very deep into the first corner and has slowed down dramatically there. So, Kimmy Antonelli locking up there. I tell you what, the Mercedes isn't... I think there's some gremlins in that Mercedes, you know. I really do. They're strong for sure. But I feel there's... I feel there's a lot of lockups that I've seen from both Kimmy and George this week and last week. And I don't know. I don't think it's this all swinging and punching Mercedes. Don't think it's as well balanced as what everyone thinks it is. But we'll see. We'll see. Looking at these simulations, I feel 2-stop races are going to be a thing now. We might even have 3-stop races every now and then. I think so. Yeah. I think so. I think it'll be a good season for strategy when it comes to tyres. Because, as we've mentioned, well, we're seeing lots of lockups for one. Like, if you have a big lockup, like we have seen a lot of this week and last week in these cars, that's your tyre potentially screwed. That's your flat spot. You're going to have to pit, get off those tyres. Oh, Perez is improving. Nearly into the sub-30s in the first sector. Go on, Sergio. And yeah, obviously with the amount of sliding we're seeing with these cars as well. Obviously you can limit the sliding, but you have to be careful. And we're going to go to circuits where there's different levels of grip. There's different grip levels, there's different track surfaces, different air and wind conditions, which isn't going to help as well. And that's just going to cause the car to slide more and lose lack of grip with these cars having less downforce than their predecessors. And yeah, it's going to make things interesting for sure, which should hopefully provide us with more interesting strategies. So Perez across the line. It's an improvement. Only 2.6 seconds back from Kimi Antonelli's fastest time of the day and of the overall testing of this week and last week in over 1:32.8. Better from you, Sergio. Greg, you'll be listening to my commentary trackside in Shanghai in 3 weeks. Went last year, but lacked good info. Oh, thank you, mate. Yeah, I'll be here to provide you as much information as I possibly can. So if you have Wi-Fi access or any data access, we will be live, 100%. Hopefully Lewis retires. I wonder if Merc had some crazy Aston Martin level alternative concept, but went with a more conventional approach because they are burned by the Zero Pods car. Maybe, or maybe that was just the outlook from. Maybe that was just the approach from the outset. especially after them going aggressive at the start of the last regulation set, backfired on them. So, why is this in the pits though? I don't know. They're changing something to the front end of the car. They've got the front wing off and the front nose off, and the mechanics, the Ferrari mechanics, are standing in front of the car to block the view of the camera. Is what I just saw. So, am I planning on going to any GPs this season? No, not off of my own back, on my own money. But there is a potential with my current day job to try and line something up maybe for the British Grand Prix. And then there's also something maybe in the pipeline for Miami. But those are kind of like big ifs. So, yeah. But maybe. I'd like to at least attend one race, you know. And I'd like to... I mean, even race... Do you know what? I'm not interested in attending a race, you know. I'm actually not. I would like to attend the Friday or Saturday, though. That's what I'd like to do, because I'd like to see the cars out on track, and a qualifying would be cool because you get to see them. Well, if Max Verstappen's comments are to be believed, I won't see the cars at 100% on the limit, but I'd like to see the cars close to the limit, you know. And even then, I'd just like to see the cars go through, just to see them in person. I've never seen, other than Goodwood Festival of Speed, which I will be attending again this year. I haven't seen F1 cars, go around a race circuit or go full tilt. I've seen them in person now, but yeah. You'd love to see an F1 car go through cops at full send. Yeah, that'd be cool. Audi better pace than the Williams. Ooh. Come to Canada? Maybe. Bit of a trip, though, to go. Well, is it a bit of a trip to go to Canada? It's not, is it? It's the same as going to the US. Is Circuit Villeneuve... Sorry, my geography's not very good with Canada. Is it West Coast, East Coast, Central? Where is the geographic location of Circuit Villeneuve? It's Montreal, right? Is it Montreal? And if it is Montreal, East. Okay. Yeah, it will be East, wouldn't it? Because it's 5 hours behind. Yeah, 5 hours. I think it's the time difference is 5 hours from the Canadian Grand Prix to UK. So RPM failing on the main straight. Yeah, well, not necessarily RPMs, but the speed when the clipping starts to kick in. So when the battery depletes, there's no more energy to be deployed, so the car naturally slows down. Brazil 2021, the cars go much faster than you imagine. Yeah, I mean, so I remember the only thing I have to go from from an experience of like a modern F1 car is when I went to Festival of Speed, not last year, the year before. And you had, obviously, the V10, the V8 scream up the hill, which is cool. But then they had the 2017... Yeah, they had the 2017 car, Ferrari car, go up the hill. And you're thinking, like, this car's, like, still 9 years old now. Well, at the time, 8 years old, 7 years old. But it's the hybrid. It was the hybrid, obviously, that you heard with the engine. My goodness, like, the speed, the acceleration that he had up the hill... Oh, like, don't get me wrong, absolutely loved the sound, and they were not slow at all, the V10 and V8, but the speed that you had that was noticeably different because of the electrical side, electrical systems of the battery in the 2017 car. Or it was 2017, 2018. Did it have a halo on it? I think it had the halo on it, so it would have been like 2018, 2019 car. So yeah, I'd like to see obviously these cars in person, like actually a race circuit in a natural environment, shall we say. The River of Montreal is slowly evolves into the eastern coast. Okay. What are my thoughts on the rookie drivers? Well, there's one rookie driver this year. That is just Arvid Lindblad. But I know what you mean. You mean Isaac Hadjar, Ollie Behrman, Gabriel Bortoletto, those drivers that we saw arrive last year, Kimi Antonelli. I think they're a breath of fresh air. I think it's the best crop of rookies we've probably had ever. or at least since, like, what, George Russell and Lando and that joined. But even then, I think they performed better than when they did when they first arrived on the scene. Maybe because the cars were more competitive than when George was in the Williams and Lando was in the McLaren and that, and Charles was in the Alfa Romeo back then. So, yeah, I think what they've done is positive for the sport. The grid needed freshening up. But I think also what it's done is that it's given the teams a sense of belief that they can trust the youngsters. They can trust their junior academies, and they don't have to recycle. I think unfortunately, of course, while Perez and Bottas have come back, and I think it's smart for Cadillac to choose 2 experienced drivers, considering they're a brand new team and they're starting from scratch. I do think F1 was falling potentially into a cycle of, falling into a realm of recycling drivers. And just using going for like experienced drivers more so than taking an opportunity on youth. And it was disappointing to see like some drivers maybe be overlooked who had done good jobs in the junior categories, and not be given an opportunity because like Stake F1 as an example, right? Was it really the right decision to hire Bottas? I don't think it was. I think they should have given an opportunity to one of their younger drivers. They had a junior academy, and they never utilised it. They even bought Bortoleto over from McLaren, didn't promote anyone from within, and I think that's quite disheartening to see. Of course, I'm glad Bortoleto got an opportunity, but yeah, there's teams that could have taken different approaches and utilised their academies more, and because that's what they're there for at the end of the day. So yeah, good job by them, and I'm sure they'll all kick on and they'll all be on the grid for a long time. And yeah, when the next lot move on, Perez, Bottas, maybe Alonso, and that, there's some youngsters who fill in their place. Blue makes red is my colour. Blue makes me look less interesting from a jealous observer. I actually don't have any reds. I've got white. Maybe Donald. Yeah, he's signing up with Alpine apparently as a reserve driver. Who else have we also got that we mentioned? Freddie Slater's one to keep an eye out on. So yeah, I think you have to. I think there's some good talents coming through. And I think the thing with Alex as well that will make him... I think the thing with Alex that may get him an opportunity anyway is because you could see that he jumped into that practice session, didn't he? With the McLaren at the Red Bull, and his pace was really good. So I think something like that proves, oh, okay, there's already a benchmark for him. There's already data of him in an F1 car that another team could look at and go, okay, well, we know that you are kind of like familiar with the operating systems of F1, and you could, like, you don't just have simulator work, you actually could transfer up into the main team. So yeah. As a fan of F1 over the 60 years, this has to be one of the seasons where we've seen the least amount of paid drivers on the grid, so that's a positive. Yeah, I mean, there's always money that backs these drivers because they have commercial partnerships and so forth, rich relatives and stuff, but actually, like, proper money being handed over, I guess, to a certain extent. It's more like commercial partnerships now, more so than it is just, here's a chunk of dough. So it's kind of changed a bit in that sense. Right, Lewis Hamilton is out on a fresh set of mediums all. I said he would not be happy with that lap time that he set, and he wouldn't want to end his testing week here, his last day in testing, because Charles Leclerc will be in the car all day tomorrow. He didn't want to end it on a low like that. So let's see what Hamilton will be able to do, and if he's going to get going. He is indeed, as Sergio Perez behind him dives into the pit lane. So we'll keep an eye on Lewis Hamilton. Let's see. Here we go, down into turn 1. What is his braking? Is he okay through there? I think he is. So, making his way up now into through turn 3 and up to turn 4. Active aero activated, straight line mode on. He gets up to 293 kilometers an hour before he hits the brakes into turn 4, making sure that he keeps it within track limits there. We've seen lots of drivers understeer out to the exit there. 234 kilometers an hour through turn 5 and 6. Not really deploying through here, and it's a 29.577 in that first sector, the quickest he has done today. But he has locked up into turn 8 before. He's got through there, dab handily by the looks of it. Turn 10, can he keep it within track limits? This cost him last time around and cost him a poor lap time. But it seems much better there. Nice and smooth for Lewis. No stalling up of his driver icon on the track map. Up to 291 kilometers an hour into turn 11. How is his speed through here? It wants to be around 250. It is. It exceeds it just 252 into turn 12. That's good. That is good. That's what we've seen today. 40.829. Not too bad. That's 5th fastest at the moment. It's some way down. It's half a second off of Antonelli's middle sector. But how is his battery deployment? No doubt he's chosen sector 3 to dump it all as he comes across. Oh, he's gone wide. Through the last call. Lewis! Just once, please. Oh. He had a snap. He fought the car through the exit of turn 13. The tyres were probably hot in temperature, and yet he had no front grip as he went through the last corner. He spiked those temps. Oh. Come on. We just want one lap. Just want one lap. Just want a bit of hope. And they're literally wheeling back into the garage as well. He had a counter steer through turn 13. And then the fronts just didn't have the grip as he approached turn 14. Not enough time to cool down. I don't know why they're showing the replay of him down into the last corner, because it's what happened before that that affected him, yeah. The car started to slide as he turned, like literally as soon as he's turned the wheel. As soon as he turned the wheel, the car started to slide. Like that's a clear indication that those tyres are running hot after what just happened the previous corner. Ugh. Damn. Where would that have put him, potentially? 29.5. So let's have a look at sector times here. You can see 29.5 first sector, 40.8 middle sector. If he was sub 23 in the last sector, then he probably would have been around max, really. I don't think he would have been around Piastri unless he did. Yeah, unless he did like the fastest last sector of the day, he wouldn't have got into the 32s. I don't think he would have been probably 33. Yeah, he was running about Max's time. So, is he gonna do another lap? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. He looked like he was taking the gloves off as he was being wheeled back into the garage. So maybe not. Within 10 minutes to go, they are going to throw the red flag. And that's when the practice start procedure will be prepared. So, which team has impressed me the most today? I think today the team that has impressed me most... I don't know. It's difficult to say. It's difficult to say. I mean, what's Max's long run on at the moment? I think the Red Bull again, you know. I mean, McLaren have impressed me, but I just think, I keep saying it, but I do not see any balance issues with that Red Bull at the moment. So if we have a look at lap times, Max Verstappen on the hards, doing a race run here. So 38. 38s, 38s. Then obviously tyres are starting to bleed off a bit. Pits, 37s, 37s, 30s. Look how consistent that is, man. Jesus Christ. So consistent. Wow. Started to lose a lot there. Maybe he's running out of fuel. He's going slow now. Lap 32, and then he jumps from, like, that's 8 tenths slower. So maybe he's been told to do something different there. So consistent, though. I think, looking at that, the Red Bull, I think it's been a very good day for Max. 137 laps. Was quickest at one point as well. But again, I have not seen a single lockup from Max. I have seen one moment where the rear has stepped out a bit. Like, it just looks balanced. It just looks like Max is on top of that car. And if you're a Max Verstappen fan, even though he doesn't like driving these cars, I would be very positive heading into Melbourne in a few weeks' time. When is the practice red flag? It is in... No, it's going to be in 11 minutes' time. 10 minutes. So what they'll do with this race start procedure, the race start procedure is that they'll all come back into the pit lane with the red flag. Then they will have 2 formation laps, and then they'll do the practice start. So you probably got 15 minutes at least. So... How's McLaren pace? Good as well. Let's have a look. I mean, McLaren have probably impressed me in the second. Where is Piastri here? So here we go. Just where he started. So 38, 37s, then into high 37s, then 38s, all the way up to here. Good pace as well, to be fair, for McLaren. And then he's come out. 36 on a brand new set of hards, no doubt. 36s. Then into the 37s. And he's only just now creeping into the 38s Piastri. So good as well. Yeah, looking good as well. Don't know fuel loads, though, of course. We don't know fuel loads, but consistent as well. Am I a Red Bull fan? No. And I'm not particularly a Ferrari fan. As I said, I don't support any particular team. I support really kind of one driver, that's Lewis Hamilton. But other than that, that's it. Oh, he's going again. Oh, he's going again. He's going again. Here we go. Right. Third time's the charm, right, guys? Third time's the charm. All Max needs to do is have a car that is close to the best, and he'll be able to title for exactly that. Yeah, exactly. Right. Here he goes. Lewis for the third time in this evening Bahrain session. Let's see what he can do on day 2. His last potential push lap here of this week in testing. He's got even quicker at 29.478 for Lewis Hamilton. He's improved every single time he's gone for a push lap in that first sector. So here we go. Through turn 8. He's still moving, so it seems positive at the moment. 245 kilometers as he heads into the braking zone of turn 10. He's got that car pointing in the right direction. It looks good. No stall up there. No backup of his icon, which means he's kept it within track limits. 296 kilometers an hour there into the braking zone of turn 11. That's even quicker than it was before. So through turn 12, he's over to, it's 252. So this was the corner. This is the one he had that tank swapper last time around, at tank slapper, sorry. Here we go. Turn 13. I think he's okay. We'll see. Down into turn 14. 300, over 310 kilometers an hour as he heads into the last corner. But it's a 41.1 in the middle sector. But undoubtedly, he's deployed and dumped that battery in the last corner. Surely. Fuck. What are you doing, Lewis? What are you doing? What's he done in that middle sector? What has he done? 41.1. Unbelievable. Will he push again? He may do. Yeah, he may do. I don't know what he did in the middle sector. 41.1 is slow. Surely they're going to show a replay. What did he do? Middle sector best time, 40.2. 40.299. So yeah, not as quick, way off the pace. It was the tyres or the battery. I don't know. I'm still waiting to see if he made a mistake somewhere. He's got to go again, surely. He's got to go again. He's getting there. He's getting there, yeah. I'm acting like it's Q3. I know. I just want to see a good lap from Lewis, you know? Like, just want to see a good lap. As I said, he's the only guy. He's the only driver I genuinely support. I will criticise him where it's due, as I'm doing right now. Like, dude, what are you doing? Put a lap together, bruv. Right, we'll see if he has another opportunity. He's still got another lap in him. He's still got another lap. Colapinto into P6. Yeah, on the softs, though. Sergio Perez. Oh, no, he's on 6 up old mediums. Is Ferrari using their upside down wing? No, they're not yet. Only for this morning. We'll probably see it out again tomorrow. Antonelli is ragging that car, by the way. Or he was ragging it. I could see him, like, drifting through the corners. Right, come on, Lewis. You going to go again? You going to go again? Here we go. He's speeding up here. Surely. Or is he coming into the pit lane? He's in the pit lane. Oh, my God. Oh, fuck's sake. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, at least he got a good practice start earlier. As someone who respects Lewis, I don't want to see his career end in a negative way like it was last season. He deserves better now. Yeah, I think this season will be better for him, to be fair. Of course, I'm only messing here. I'm passionate, guys. I'm passionate, as you guys tune in for. Yeah, it would have been great to see him obviously put a decent lap in there, but it is what it is. Can he go again? Maybe. Maybe. Now is a good time. Thoughts on Arsenal bottom in the league, like McLaren 2007, for those of us who remember. It's happening again. New tyres and less fuel? I don't know. I don't know if there's enough time. The red flag's going to go off in 5 minutes in preparation for the practice start, so they might just be waiting for that. Antonelli's out again. Yeah, he's on testing tyres, though. 7 lap olds, so he won't be going pretty quick. He won't be going quick there. I have the look of frustration. Yeah, I'm a bit frustrated. It'd be nice to see him put a lap time in. It's nice to see Ferrari. Like, we want to see something. Like, yes, there's positives to be taken from Ferrari, but like, can we have a bit more? Just to know that you are actually close with Red Bull, Mercedes, and McLaren. That's what we'd like to see. So, but the first sector was positive, to be fair. The first sector's positive. Ahead of Norris, level pegging basically with Verstappen. So, you don't think Bahrain's a good track for testing? The ambient temperature is 8 degrees higher than usual tracks. Maybe, yeah. But that's why they like Barcelona. Then Barcelona started to get too cold, didn't it? No, the race pace does look good for Ferrari, and that's what people have been looking at. So, and it looks a lot more balanced. He says, of course, Lewis Hamilton not able to get a flying lap in, though. Oh, hang on. That's interesting. Can Lewis go again? No, not now, I don't think. It's called sandbagging, yeah. Colapinto 6th is crazy. Well, it isn't really, because he's used a soft tyre. So Kimi's back in the pits. Perez doing some more laps. Good day at the office for Perez and Bottas. A whole host of laps on the board for them. Lots of drivers with over 100 laps. Verstappen's done 137. Colapinto 117 himself. Lawson 103. Oh, Hamilton's back out again. Surely not. Is he going again? Oh, go on. Do it. Do it. Hopefully. Don't bring out the red flag yet, please. Don't bring it out. Don't do it. Don't bring it out. Just let him have that lap. Bring it out a minute later. Welcome everyone for tuning in now in the closing moments of day 2. I hope you've enjoyed it. Hit the like and subscribe button. We'll be back tomorrow for every single hour, every single minute of the last day of testing. And then tomorrow is the 2-week mark before we head to Melbourne. Yes, the season is right around the corner. Bring it on. Bring it on. Piastri also going under the radar when it comes to World Drivers' Championship. All the talk is about Lando, Max, George and Lance. Maybe not. I don't think all the talk is about Lando. I don't think there's any talk about any of the McLaren drivers, to be perfectly honest with you. Hence why, obviously, I've said what I've said. But yeah, we'll see. I'm surprised one of the slower teams haven't at least put in a glory lap. It would be surely give them some good publicity against Melbourne. That's what I'm surprised about as well, Harry, actually. Maybe they're not capable of doing it. I guess the problem with Williams and Alpine is that maybe they're under strict orders by Mercedes not to do a glory lap. That's probably the question. And then is the Racing Bulls able to achieve a glory lap? Same as Haas as well? I don't know. Right, come on, Lewis. It's hammer time. Here we go. 4th time's the charm. 5th time's the charm. I've lost count. I think the red flag's coming out. I hope not. I think they'll let Lewis do this lap and then they'll probably throw the red flag. Is there any improvement for Oscar? Not overall best lap time, no, because he's been doing race sims for a while. He's now in the pit though. Here we go, Hamilton. And it's a 29.6. That's not bad, considering he's on used tyres. It's not bad. It's it's about a 10th and a half. Yeah, it's about a 10th and a half slower than his best. Remember, he's on used tyres. I mean, to be fair, just wanting to get around Max Verstappen's time would be good. Around Max's time. Let's see. Sub 40. Anything sub 40 in the middle sector, please, Lewis. Sub 40. Sub 40. Middle sector. That's my boy. There we go. That's better. Deploy that battery. Straight line mode activated. Down into turn 14. Around the last corner. Keep the bloody thing pointing forward, please. There we go. Hopefully you haven't had a tank stabber there. And across the line. Better. Better, but it's still not great in that last sector. What's going on in that last sector for Ferrari? Let's have a look. What was his last corner like? TV was a bit delayed, so I can see. I mean, I don't know. It didn't seem to be. I mean, yeah, he's fighting the. Turn 13 isn't good for Ferrari. There's a bit of there's instability there through turn 13. There's too much chopping of the steering wheel that Lewis is having to contend with there through turn 13. And then that's affecting him as well in turn 14. The same thing's happening. Turn 13 and turn 14, there's too much of this. It's too much sliding. So lots of time lost in the last sector because of those 2 corners. Which really, that's all the last sector is you contending with 2 corners. And that's losing a heap of time for Lewis. So, I mean, 6 tenths is a heap of time anyway. It's not just the last sector, but yeah, improvements to be made for them. Cockpit is only 3 tenths off. Well, he did use the soft compound tyre earlier, so. Charles doing better, I think, for Ferrari. It does look like the car's a little bit more stable in Charles's hands. I agree, and that's the thing. So there we go. Red flag, race suspended. Although the whole thing hasn't gone red flag though. But yeah, red flag. Better and used tyres. Yeah, true, David. Yep, that's true. Yep. And you still don't know fuel loads and so forth. But I'm just saying, like, it's visibly you could see that there was more chopping at the steering wheel there. So yeah, and that was the case even when he was on brand new tyres. So a bit of instability for the Ferrari through turn 13 and 14. I never saw turn 11 to see if that was also the case. So yeah, gonna have a race start. We are indeed. Yeah. Did he go off at turn 4? Oh, I didn't see the replay. While Ferrari starts and race pace looks good, their one that pace doesn't. Too early to say, Harry, and I'm taking this with a pinch of salt. Look, we have to take these lap times with a pinch of salt still. We don't know who's got their engine turned up. We don't know fuel loads. We don't know who's got higher fuel load, who's taken all the fuel out. I still don't think we've seen any proper quali runs. I still think a 32.8 is quite, like, is more than doable to beat. Probably 31s can be achievable, I reckon. I still reckon there's more than 8 temps remaining in there for these cars. We will see what tomorrow brings, exactly. Who looked the most stable today? Red Bull and Max. They look the most stable from what I've seen. So it just looks like that there's not. It just looks a very well balanced car at the moment. So. But yes, practice start nearly underway. So if you're unfamiliar with what they have been changing in relation to the practice start, of course, there was discussions about this due to the issue with the turbo spooling. So what they've done is that what they're practicing this week is 2 formation laps. So the drivers will be in the pit lane. They'll exit the pit lane in a second. They will come round. They will line up on the grid. There will then be another formation lap, 2 overall. And then there will be 5 blue lights first. We don't get to see any of this, of course, on the data, but there'll be 5 blue lights. They will be held for 5 seconds or flash for 5 seconds so that they have time to spool up their turbos. And then the normal starting procedure will begin, which will be the 5 red lights on and then lights out. That's what they're testing this week. They tested it earlier. And if you missed earlier, oh, I tell you what, the Mercedes start was not very good at all. George Russell spun up his wheels. Lewis Hamilton in that Ferrari, and Ferrari, who have been rumoured to have a smaller turbo, who are able to combat this turbo spooling issue, he had a very good start, a very good launch. So I think tomorrow will be the closest we get to see the car's true pace before qualifying in Australia. Other than the practice sessions, I mean, I don't know. I'm still not confident anyone's going to show their full hands come the end of tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see. Right, last moments of day 2. 4.5 minutes remaining. Drivers making their way around to the starting grid. Oscar stopped? Was Oscar stopped on track? What's happening with Oscar? Has he stopped? What's happened with Oscar Piastri? Oh, he's pulled... Yeah, Oscar's pulled over to the right-hand side. Oscar Piastri is off track and moved away. He's literally in an escape road right now, Oscar Piastri. Not sure what's happened with Oscar. Has he stalled the car? He's stricken at the moment. Engine blown. He's just sitting in the car at the moment. He's in neutral, waiting to figure out what is happening. Just waiting to see what is actually happening. He's just sitting idle at the moment. He's not doing anything. Interesting. Is he going again? They've removed the yellow flag. So is he able to get going, or they just think he's sufficiently out of the way? I mean, he is safely out of the way. He's down like not an escape road. He's down another. There's like another iteration of the track, so you don't have to take the first corner. There's basically another corner here. There's a bit of the track, like tarmac, that goes like there to turn 2. So they're gonna be doing another formation lap now. So don't worry, they're not doing the start just yet. Hey, second. If other engines are not reliable this season, can Ferrari win? If not, DQ all races. So Piastri is just stricken at the moment. He's not able to move, so... Can't wait for the quality to see the true pace. All these sandbagging is exciting. Yeah. You can see the smoke on Oscar's car. That's normally just the exhaust fumes. I don't think that's the actual engine smoking. I think it's just like, I don't know what issue he's got. So this is the extra formation lap. We'll get the actual practice start in a moment. Albon slow off the line. Yeah, no, that wasn't the practice start. It will be this time around. The Ferrari exhaust trick is neat. Finally, something clever from Ferrari engineers, which doesn't break the rules. Yeah, and the clever rear wing as well, if you haven't seen it today. So Oscar didn't quite... Did Oscar have anti-stall? He definitely chugged away out of the pit lane. The car just didn't really get going properly. It looked like it was stuck in pit limiter. Couldn't get out of first gear. Oh, pardon me. Oh, he's going again. Sorry, he's going. I don't think he could get it out of first gear, but now he can. So he'll be able to start this practice start here. Interesting. They'll wait for Oscar Piastri at the back, and then we'll get this practice start to see who gets off the line well. But that is it. The timer is down. The end of day 2 is nigh. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, and hit that like button as well. We'll be back tomorrow, of course, for day 3. And, yeah, let's see how this practice start goes to end day 2. The one in the middle of the day went well. Lewis Hamilton absolutely nailed it. Let's see if he can do it again. And let's see how everyone else fares. Next test is tomorrow. Day 3 tomorrow, last day. Right, they're all lining up. Earlier on, not Kimi Antonelli, George Russell spun up the wheels. So it wasn't a great start for the Mercedes. So let's see how they fare this time. Oscar Piastri lines up at the back. Here we go. I pressed it too soon. Away we go here at Bahrain. And Lewis Hamilton once again makes a tremendous start. He overtakes the Red Bull and Max Verstappen. He's gone from 6th to 1st. Oh my goodness. Ferrari have massively found out they're a cheat code. They're a cheat code on the race starts. Watching the race start here. Little bit of wheel spin for all of them, you know. Oh my goodness, mate. The race start from Lewis Hamilton. Jesus. Mate, that Ferrari, that race start is a cheat code. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if people, the teams, say the start procedure isn't long enough. I would not be surprised if they say that is not long enough. We need to be held at the lights longer, because Lewis has just now 2 race starts there and leaped to the front in both of them. While I've just watched the Mercedes, the Red Bull hold up a bit. Ocon had a good start as well there, by the way, in the Haas. So here we go. Lewis Hamilton race start here. Mate, that race start from Lewis. Whoa. Esteban Ocon in a Ferrari power unit as well was pretty good. Mate, there's like... Ferrari. They don't need to qualify on the front row. Ferrari shouldn't be punished because of other teams. No, I agree. I agree. I mean, this is what Fred Vasseur has said. Fred Vasseur is happy with this start procedure. That's what he said. He has said, this is working. We're happy to do this. I think off of the base of that, off of the basis of what we've seen today, and probably we'll see tomorrow, I think they will end up pushing to get the race procedure longer. So, wow. This is how it goes in Melbourne. Ferrari won't have to care about qualifying. Yeah. Ferrari shouldn't be punished. Sorry, I said that. Yeah, Lewis did not hold back on the race. No, he did not. And, yeah, damn, Ferrari shouldn't show this. I mean, they've been very clever there. Very clever. And, yeah, rightfully so. They shouldn't move the goalposts too much. Deal with it. As Christian Horner used to say, change your effing car. So, and I think Toto Wolff has also echoed that in the past as well. So, if Ferrari are going to have consistently better starts, Leclerc and Lewis might not need pole. Oh, no, exactly. But if they want to change the rules, it will need to wait till August. No, it won't. That's only something that they've agreed upon, the power unit manufacturers and the FIA. They can change a rule tonight if they want to. But yeah, it needs to be agreed upon with the teams. And I imagine Ferrari will be shooting down. They'll be shooting down that on the... they'll be shooting any rule change down. So, is that fuel for the start? That's a fair question. Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. But even so, you can just see the initial launch getaway. With race starts, you don't need to necessarily... you don't need to necessarily see like the speed. It's the actual launch. So there was no bogging down. The initial launch was really good by Lewis in both instances in that Ferrari. We'll probably see the same tomorrow with Charles. Both the Mercedes, we didn't see Max do it in the morning, but we saw him do it there. We saw the Red Bull and both Mercedes in George Russell and Antonelli, morning and afternoon, bogged down. Like they're just not quick enough off the line. Simple as. They can change after Australia only with a vote after FP1 in Australia. Can't they just issue technical directives? So I'm not sure. Technical directive is more so in relation to the actual, like, not that I don't think it's in relation to actual, like, starts. That's something that is kind of within the FIA's control to propose to the teams and so forth, or the teams can put something forward, but then it needs to be obviously voted on. But a technical directive is something that the FIA can, like, implement. Yes, to be implemented after. That's more so to do with like the build of the car and so forth, I think so. But yeah, you can't keep changing the rules every time. Get on with it. Exactly. Exactly. You can also see Ocon and Ferrari team doing that good. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Ferrari power unit for them as well. But quick off the line. Quick off the line. Well, there we go, guys. That is the end of day 2 here. Kimi Antonelli tops the timing screens with a 32.803. Oscar Piastri, half a tenth back behind Kimi Antonelli, who did set that lap time a lot later in the evenings, of course. track conditions cooler and faster and so forth. But we saw the 32s for the first time today. Max Verstappen did a 33.1. He looked very good and controlled in that car today, as did Oscar Piastri as well. But we did see lockups from both McLarens today, and likewise from both Mercedes drivers. I did not see any of the like from Max Verstappen. A twitch here or there out of the last corner at most, but a very, very well-balanced car at the moment, and Max looking in control of a car that he doesn't like to drive. Typical. Lewis Hamilton up into P4, 6 tenths behind there. We know he could have gone quicker, but it is what it is. Race pace looked good once again, but the Ferrari did look twitchy in the last sector in particular, and in the middle sector. So a bit of improvement balance-wise to be done for the Ferrari, potentially on a bit of lower fuel, if they were running lower fuel, that is. But yeah, Lewis Hamilton ends his testing today. Colapinto P6 set that lap time 1.1 seconds off of Kimi Antonelli with a 33.8. 120 laps on the board for him. Sorry, forgot to mention Verstappen also did 139 laps. Lewis probably would have done more laps as well, touching on him again, but he missed pretty much the whole of the morning session after only doing 5 laps. So Colapinto 120, good for the Alpine driver and for Mercedes. Again, with the power unit and gearbox. He set that lap time on a set of softs. Hulkenberg, fastest man in the speed traps today, 341 kilometers an hour. That's over 209 miles per hour. He was 1.1 seconds off, so good lap time for them. George Russell, 1.3 seconds off. He only really focused on race simulations today, so no real performance laps or push laps from him. Ocon, good for him, 58 laps on the board. He did the afternoon session with Ollie Behrman doing the morning session. Lawson did a lot of laps today as well, 106 laps, focusing also on race sims, as was Alex Albon with 117 laps for the Williams driver. Bortoletto, not that many laps in the morning, afternoon for Bortoletto, 29 laps, so afternoon not as good as the morning was for Audi. Behrman, good day at the office for Haas overall, 69 laps. Perez did some push laps, 2.5 seconds off the pace. Worrisome really, but a good haul of laps, over 100 laps total for Cadillac today compared to yesterday, which was a travesty. Alonso did 68 laps overall, and then, well, his engine cut out this afternoon, which meant that he was unable to get back out there and pretty much missed the whole of this afternoon. So yeah, real shame for him. Bottas 16th, 7 seconds off the pace. He had basically sensors, the aero sensors on his car all morning. So yeah, don't know what they were doing, data gathering for some sort. But yeah, there we go. Hey Mark, my pleasure, buddy. Midnight in Bali, no problem whatsoever. We'll have a look at sector times in just a second. Change your effing car if not happy. Ferrari's innovative this season. How much Lewis influenced this? Potentially, yeah. I mean, he does say that he's had a lot of influence this season, so, or on the car. There we go. Oscar Piastri fastest today in Sector 1. Antonelli fastest in Sector 2. And Piastri fastest in Sector 3. What we did see today, I think, was quite interesting. You can tell, the only way we can really tell was from the speed traps and also from just the speedometer. We can kind of, it was interesting to see kind of the different deployment strategies. I think we did see today sometimes McLaren test out deploying more in the first sector than they did in the second, and then they flipped it on its head and decided to deploy more in the second sector than the third. It was quite interesting to watch today, and that's why the sectors are not completely owned by one driver. And I'm not, with that difference in deployment strategy, I'm not entirely sure if one driver can own every single fastest sector time, if you get my understanding, because unless they all deploy the battery in exactly the same way, which may very well be the case come race weekends, if someone offsets it, they could be really quick in Sector 2, but then of course slower in Sector 3. My pleasure, Natish. Much better. Which team has the best braking system? Oh, I don't know that. I'm knowledgeable, Dusko, but not that knowledgeable, so don't need to get pole. Row 5 is enough. But is he going to choke in high speed? I don't know. And then speed traps, you can see here, 341 kilometers an hour for Nico Hulkenberg. Bortoletto, the Audi, very quick in a straight line, it seems. Very, very quick in a straight line. But we did see also on Monday, last week, we saw Max Verstappen do a 3-4-4. So that's an indication that we're still not seeing the full beans of these engines yet and the full deployment of these batteries. Because, yeah, Max Verstappen today, 3-2-1, only a few drivers up to the 330 mark. So definitely more in the tank, more in the back pocket for these drivers. Definitely sandbagging occurring. More so than we've seen probably in any kind of season that I can recently remember. So, yeah, that is it, guys. That is it. So, interesting day. Interesting day. I think we've learned quite a bit. And tomorrow we'll have the likes of Hadjar back in the car. Max Verstappen will be in the car, but we'll see Leclerc all day tomorrow. Gasly will be back. Stroll may be back. We don't know. Depends if Aston Martin can fix their issues. Arvid Lindblad and Carlos Sainz, because Albon did all day today. So, yeah, that is it for day 2. Thank you for joining me. I hope you have enjoyed it. Have a good rest of your day. And we will catch you tomorrow morning, bright and early, for day 3, every single hour. And tomorrow marks the 2-week mark before we find ourselves in Melbourne for the first practice session of the season. Looking forward to it. Lewis is not in the car tomorrow, no, because Ferrari had issues with the car this morning and he missed a whole session this morning. They kept him in the car all day. So Charles will be in the car all day tomorrow. Lewis's testing has come to an end. Thanks, Harry. My pleasure. Great to chat as always. And yeah, we will see you tomorrow morning. Thanks, guys. Hit the like and subscribe on your way out. Bye.